right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
What is happening?
I was wondering if you'd forget over the week.
I mean, I gotta relearn how to do this, man. It's like riding a bike. The first time you go around the block, it's gonna be a little wobbly. It's been a while for me. What's going on, boys? How we doing?
You're not as tan as I thought you'd be. I don't
you
know
thought
why.
I'd be a little bit darker?
You're probably as dark as you should be, but I don't know why. I had you as like George Hamilton coming back of like just shirtless the entire time.
I also already have like a good base level of tan,
right?
So like adding on to it, I actually did the responsible thing this time in Hawaii. I didn't get sunburned. I usually get sunburned immediately upon arriving on the islands, and then you're like, this is miserable. Why do I do this to myself?
Right.
Because the rest of the trip, you're just uncomfortable, and you're itchy, and you need lotion, all that other extra stuff, and all that crap. I didn't do that this time, so I got a good base. The only time I really got zinged was the last day, because I was like, I've kind of not gotten enough sun. Yeah. I've been like too responsible.
You've been in the shade?
I've not in the shade, just I've been lathering up before I go out, try and do the safe thing.
Okay.
Also, it helps because putting suntan lotion on a 2-year-old is not fun to do, and they want nothing to do with it, so it helped to kind of be like, buddy, look, I'm doing it too.
Yeah.
And then he'd hold out his arm, and it'd be a little bit easier.
Right.
And then last day, I'm like, screw it, dude. I'm laying out for 30 minutes during his nap, and I got zapped a little bit, but I got a little bit of color, not as much as I thought going in.
So I do have questions about your vacation, but I would ask, did you feel at any one point during this trip, as you're lathering up,
yes,
did you feel like your age had finally hit you of like, skin cancer's a real thing, guys. Like, you used to not care.
I should start taking these things seriously. I'm not responsible for other human beings other than myself, and maybe I should think about that a little bit.
This needs to be SPF 50 or better, or I'm not doing it.
That definitely did happen.
Yeah.
I also had the ultimate dad moment, rookie dad mistake. Look, hand up. We're all learning, right? We're going along the journey together. I had the rookie dad mistake of getting to the airport on the departure way too early.
Were you worried about the TSA lines?
I'm just worried. Like we got to check out of the place. We got to return the rental car. We got to get in the shuttle. The process of getting there was a nightmare. So I'm like, let's make sure that we're, we got to get everything dialed in. Make sure we're ready to go. And then we get through security at the Kona airport, and it's like, all right, we got 3 hours till the flight.
Now that you have a direct flight to Kona,
we had a direct flight each way.
So you didn't have to fly back to Honolulu and deal with that.
No other
nonsense.
flights. It was a direct flight, so that helped. But it's like
3 hours.
I may be over exaggerating. Maybe not have been a full 3 hours, but I remember looking at my watch, being like, "Oh God, we got a lot of time to kill." And there's not. If anybody's ever been to the Kona airport, there's not a lot going on there.
No, all those airports are tiny.
They're just tiny. It's all outdoors, so it's
Yeah.
nice. So you're kind of hanging out outside, but it's like, all right, let's go look at the planes, buddy. Hey, look, there's birds over here. Let's go look at the birds. All right, let's go walk over here. I got a lot of time to kill.
I've only been to the Maui airport and the Oahu airport.
Sure.
And what I would tell you is, from my experience of them, I actually find the airports very depressing. Not because they're tiny, but it's because they're outdoorsy.
Yes.
Like, I'm already leaving, and I don't want to leave, and I've enjoyed my time, and now I have to spend at least an hour or more
outside,
feeling that ocean breeze, looking around going, do I really have to leave here?
You do. Yeah, you
Versus like being in a standard airport, you're in walls,
you're just in a terminal.
Yeah.
You don't know where you are.
Could be anywhere in the country.
There's a Burger King and a coffee shop.
Exactly.
Like, it's a lot different. When you're in Hawaii, it's like...
It's the happiest and saddest place on earth. Because while you're waiting there for sometimes 3 hours for your plane to depart...
People are arriving.
I know.
And they got to bounce in their step, and they're happy, and they're smiling ear to ear, and you're just sitting there like, you bastards, go have a great time in the sunshine for a week. And so that was the first old dad rookie move of, I wanted to make sure we didn't screw anything up.
No, I understand.
And then it was a lot of time to kill at the airport.
Oh, yeah.
But we did fine. The travel there was one of the longest, worst days of my life. It was an absolute nightmare from start to finish. The alarm went off at 4 a.m. to depart for a 7-something flight, so we're already getting up early.
This was coming back? Or?
No, this is on the way there.
Oh, okay.
And Teddy decides to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and not go back to sleep. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is going to be... You're like playing it out in your head of how this is going to go.
Yeah.
And it went how I thought it was going to go.
No.
So flight was miserable. We get there, and then it's the whole, you can't check in until a certain time. Mm-hmm. So we couldn't check in until 3. Plane landed at 11.
Oh.
All right. So,
had you thought about that in the process?
Not
of
really.
booking?
No, because at the time we booked too, the place hadn't been booked that day before, and so they had told us we should be able to get in, and then they ended up booking it after we booked.
Of course.
So somebody stayed in that night.
Yep.
And then the waiting in line for a rental car is just, let's have one person at the counter. It's an hour and a half just standing in there.
Yep.
So you're on the air, you're flying for 6 hours, it's miserable. You land, and then you're just standing in a line. So my poor wife's like chasing him around the rental car place outside, and I just have to stand in line waiting. So it's just, all of it was miserable. Flight back, though, was delightful. The experience, round one, didn't go great. Round two, he slept for like 90 minutes, watched his iPad for a little bit.
There we go.
Didn't fuss. He was laughing. People on the plane thought he was cute. Could not have been different experiences.
There's two ways to look at the leaving experience you speak of. So he wakes up at 2.
Yeah.
My thought is, I'm thinking, one, why didn't I give him something that I know would have knocked him out?
Where's the tequila when you need it?
Right. And two, I would have been like, maybe there's an off chance this works in our favor, and he'll be so tired from waking up so early
he'll just conk out.
that he'll just conk out for like 5 of the 6 hours of the flight.
If he would have done that, it would have been perfect.
And it just didn't happen.
He did not want to sleep on the plane.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And I can't get upset because I hate sleeping on planes too. It's uncomfortable. You're sitting upright. Somebody leans their seat back against you. It's just, all of it is miserable.
Now, I will say the last rental car experience I had was in San Jose. I went to that Niner game, and there was 3 people in line counting me.
Okay.
There were 2 workers. And I was in that line for 41 minutes.
What are we doing here?
And I'm like,
how does this take so long?
This cannot take this long.
I already reserved the car. You're just checking my
Ridiculous.
driver's
Did you go
license.
into the whole Seinfeld thing?
Like, what's the point of the reservation? Just hand me the keys. I already know what you're going to charge me. I accepted, yes. I just haven't paid for it yet. Here's my credit card. Give me the keys and let me go on my way.
You should be able to do I'm sure there's going to be somebody that texts in like, guys, I have an executive account with this company. It's actually already happening. Right. Everybody should have access to an app of these rental car companies.
Yes.
And you should click, acknowledge, agree, all your virtual signatures that you need.
Do them ahead of time.
Yeah. And you should have a credit card Dropbox option that's like, okay, I will be charged. Oh, I decline the insurance or I accept the insurance. And you get there, and it should be like a Little Caesars Hot and Ready. There should be a locker with your number and a code, and you click it, and the key's there, and you leave. That's what we should be doing now.
Very simple.
And it's never that simple. It's never that easy. To which I would tell you, when we went to Hawaii last time, we didn't do a rental car. We took the shuttle to the place.
Yeah.
And we thought, we're in Waikiki. We're going to walk everrher.
Yeah, everything's close by.
Except the North Shore is about 45 minutes away. So what did I do? I didn't go to a rental car company. I had never heard of it till we went there, an app called Turo.
Yeah, where you like rent the car for the day, basically. It's like somebody's car or
it's
whatever.
Somebody's car, and they give you all, like Jeep, truck, van, standard 2 car. What do you want?
Whatever you need.
And you click it, and they all just surface, and they give you the price, and you click it, and they'll literally drive to you. And they meet you and they hand you their car keys.
There you go.
See you in a day or 2.
Enjoy it, man.
That's all it is.
That's a brilliant idea. What a great business idea to do.
Very good idea.
I have neighbors who do that with their house. My neighbors across the street do that with their house.
They rent out their house?
They rent out their house, and I can't remember the name of the company or whatever, but there's always random people staying at their house. And I remember one time being like, they just must have a big family. I just always see somebody new walking over there. And it was right around the holidays, and he's like, no, we do. It's like a house share thing where basically you find somebody who wants to come to Portland and visit. And then you find there's a matching house. We want to go to Brooklyn for a week. And somebody in Brooklyn gives you their house. Or they go overseas and they do all. And I was like, man, what a cool business idea.
Right.
A little weird to let somebody stay in your house for a week and then come home. Like, that would take a while to get over. But brilliant business idea.
I mean, I don't think it's any different than getting in an Uber. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable allowing somebody to randomly just pop into my house.
But I like to be able to use it myself.
But I'm not mad at the idea of it.
Yeah, the funny thing, too, waiting in line, don't ever do the budget in Kona. I could not recommend them more because...
Should have went to Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
They give you the keys to be your own boss. And I'm waiting in line. This is miserable. And then as I'm waiting in line, I'm noticing people who were ahead of me in line who had rented their car after waiting 30 minutes at the counter to sign all their documents. Like, what is taking so long? Coming back in because they weren't cleaning the insides of the cars. And so people were renting cars, getting their keys, going out to their car, and then coming back in and being like, hey, you just clean the outside of the car. There's there's sand on the floor. There's a wrapper on the seat.
That's kind of crazy because
what is happening?
Most of these rental car companies, I remember when I worked at Enterprise for a summer, every time somebody returned a car, we took it down to the wash bay. And they had those
they're right there. That's exactly where we dropped them off.
vacuums.
I couldn't figure it out. How are you not cleaning the inside of the car?
lazy turn and burn. That's what was going
whatever.
on there.
Roll it back out. So I'm standing there. I'm like, great. Now I have to wait behind this guy in line again because he was already in front of me, and now he's back in front of me because they didn't clean his car.
I had it wrong. I don't know why. I thought you were in Maui, so I had Maui weather app, and I would just open it daily and be like, 77 and sunny.
That's about
bastard.
what it was. That's about what it was. Yeah. In Waiakola, it was about 77 every day.
We had some pretty nice days while you were gone.
You're welcome, bitches. Look what I brought back.
Well, I think it happened before you got back.
Nah, summer's here. They knew I couldn't.
Oh, you're doing the summers here?
Summer's here, man.
Yeah.
It was 80 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
That was
look at next week's forecast.
It's supposed to rain.
That's fine. It's going to be like low to mid 60s. I can handle that. Look, the hardest thing about coming back from Hawaii is the adjustment to 42 degrees and rain if you walk back into it.
Yep.
And waking waking up yesterday and being
your
like
shorts and golf polo off the
perfect.
plane.
I got the same outfit I was wearing yesterday, man. This is the same weather I was just dealing with. I had to mow the lawn. We're catching up on all sorts of stuff. Perfect weather. You're welcome.
Best part of the trip was
best part of the trip was probably like you know when you have a lead in the first half, you don't want to count the scoreboard too soon. Okay, you don't want to be high stepping on the 20-yard line. I have a sneaking suspicion that at this stage, I'm pretty sure my son is more addicted to golf than I am. And I didn't really force it that much on him. I know this is going to sound like you've been handing this kid to the club every waking moment of his life.
Right.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. The entire time, all he wanted to do was play golf.
Really?
So I went in thinking, because this is kind of...
I saw you post some photos of him on the golf course. I'm like, this is either fun or awful for him.
The place that we're staying at was right off of a hole of the course. And so it's, 30 yards away. You had to jump over some lava rocks and you get on the course. And it died down every night at like 6 o'clock. Perfect timing. Sun setting.
Oh, yeah.
It's going into the ocean. We're like, let's go hit some balls around the fairway, buddy.
So you never paid? You just walked out?
We ended up paying, but I didn't go in with the idea of I'm going to play golf because that's too depressing to think I'm going to play golf and then not get to play golf. Yeah. So I'm like, I didn't bring a glove. I didn't bring my golf shoes. I'm not taking anything because this isn't going to happen. I don't want to disappoint myself here thinking maybe I'll sneak out and then it doesn't happen. And I'm not kidding you. Every day I was like, what do you want to do today, buddy? Hit. What do you want to go do?
He says hit.
That's all he wanted to do the entire trip, the entire time we were there. And so finally I'm like, all right, I think we should book a tee time. And we took him. And so we went and played 9 holes. He has no idea. He just played a ocean golf course with views. Delightful time. Riding around in the cart. We brought his little putter in his suitcase because we thought that'd be kind of fun to have with him.
Yeah.
All he wanted to do. So look, it's early. I got a long ways to go here.
You do.
I understand. He's
going to be influenced by kids when he gets into school.
It's the first quarter, so I'm not pointing at the scoreboard yet. I'm just saying I'm up 21-0 right now, and I'm feeling fantastic.
I would actually I'd more say this is preseason game week 1.
Where I'm excited about my backup quarterback.
And your 4-string guys are up 21-0, and you're like, we're doing this. This is our year.
This could be the year, guys. That's all I'm saying is this could be the year.
It would be funny if he got older and he just becomes addicted more and more and more, and you end up becoming one of those. Because I've never met a golf parent.
No, I haven't really either.
Basketball, soccer, volleyball, baseball. I've seen them all. I've never met what are you doing this weekend? Oh, we have a tournament at Chambers Bay for my 9-year-old. They'd be like, oh, I didn't know they did those for 9-year-olds.
I'm going to go caddy for him, driving up the Federal Way.
Yes.
We'll be back on Sunday. Don't worry about it, all right? Can I sneak in while I'm here, too?
If you do caddy for him, which I assume you would, because that'd be a fun experience.
Absolutely it would be.
Probably helping him, giving him your expertise, your eye.
Yeah.
If your caddy card doesn't say Little Johnson on the back.
Big Johnson, Little Johnson.
Yeah. You have dropped the ball. Because you were Little Johnson for a long time.
I had to be Little Johnson for a long time in my life. And that was not a fun stage to be Little Johnson. And then Dirk came along and it saved me from being Little Johnson. It's taken root in our household. And I'm mentally preparing my wife. Like, are you ready for this? All he wants to do is hit golf balls, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm living the dream right now.
Tell the first tournament he plays in at 7, and it's 45 degrees and pissing rain, and they can't reschedule, so you got to go out there.
Dude, get this sports. I know where you're going to sit. I don't care. Get this sports story. So my nephew is now playing lacrosse, which I think is a little tough for my brother because he was into baseball. He did the baseball thing for a long time. Now he's switched to lacrosse. And so, if we're being honest, I'm
phasing your brother out of the sport.
It's a little different. Like my sister-in-law played lacrosse at Oregon, so she was a collegiate lacrosse player, and so it's in the family, and so he wanted to play lacrosse. So I'm like, that's kind of cool. He's playing lacrosse. We were all set to have a Saturday birthday because it's like all 3 of their kids' birthdays are within like a 6-week stretch. So we're gonna do one big birthday extravaganza on Saturday.
Move.
And I'm like, this is perfect. We'll do it Saturday. And then I get a call the other day. It's like, hey, can we move it to Sunday? And I'm like, first off, over my dead body, no, it's the Sunday at the Masters. I'm not missing that.
Yeah.
So, and then the reason they had to move it was because his first ever lacrosse game is in Hood River. I'm like, dude, you've never even played the sport in a game before. You can't just go play a game at like Franklin High School. There's parks. It's like, what about Delta Park? They got 80 fields over there. And I'm like, how are you? First lacrosse game ever? You got to drive to the other side of the state? What are we doing right now?
Dude.
This is insanity.
That's not exciting.
So I will be,
it's exciting, but it's not exciting. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, your first golf tournament. It's in Bend. Okay, cool. 3 hours away.
Well, I had 55 and sunny on my beach trip on my vacation.
It looks like you guys had a great time on your beach trip.
Yeah, we did.
Oregon Coast always delivers.
But my kids also are kind of pansy asses. The minute it drops below 60 and it's windy, it's like, can we go back to the Airbnb and watch television? And I'm like, sure. The wife and I dropped them off and we went on our own little adventures.
Have fun, whatever. Turn a movie on.
Boy, you talk about going through it. You're going through it now as a newish young dad. I'm going through it with
back end of it.
I got puberty and like pre-puberty happening in my house.
There's a lot. Fun. There's a lot going on in the Sprague household. Right now.
It's fun being the only guy in the house.
T's and P's for you, buddy.
You don't understand me. I just asked if you're hungry. I swear to God.
Did you want some spaghetti for dinner? That's all I wanted to know.
Right now, Dad?
Really?
You don't get me. I don't. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go watch the basketball game. I'll talk to you later.
I'll see you later. I'll be at the garage. Well, it's good to have you back. Let's get it going. We got a lot to get to today, Dirt and Sprague. We're off and rolling on a Tuesday on 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back in. It is a mail sack Tuesday, so your mail sack questions are welcome at the fan text line 503-864-6326. That's where you can get the mail sack questions in. We'll get to that in the final hour, but we like to build up the mail sack.
Yes.
As we lead into the mail sack segments in the final hour.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
Whoa. What the hell did I miss?
While you were gone.
Whoa. What high school? Swigard, what are you doing over there, buddy?
Tonight.
I don't want to know about tonight. I don't want to know.
He went to an island.
I got a lot of questions, man. I got a lot. That's what I'm walking back into?
Tonight.
Are you allowed within 50 yards of a school?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Tonight.
Wait, why are you saying tonight? This was a week ago.
I understand that. I got to set it up. Tonight is the Hops home opener in the brand new ballpark.
Okay.
Last week, they wanted to do a little trial run with the sound system and the video boards. They scheduled some high school baseball games.
Got it.
For the ballpark.
And you were doing PA.
And so we had Glencoe and Jefferson.
Jefferson?
Yeah.
PIL Jefferson?
The Democrats.
They have a baseball team?
Demos.
They did.
Dude, let's go Demos, baby. That's the upset of the century.
So,
I don't even think they had a baseball team when I went to high school.
Glencoe was the home team, and so we were there. We got some lineups. We did some stuff, and yes, some high school kid got the full swag treatment.
Can I tell you a funny Jefferson baseball story? When my brother was in high school, he was in high school right around the same time as Aaron Miles, and who was the other guy that went to Jeff?
Lee. Michael Lee.
So they both were at Jeff at the same time. They both ended up going to Kansas, right?
Yep.
Jeff didn't have enough players for a varsity baseball team, so they just played a JV season, and I think it was my brother's sophomore year or whatever. He was playing JV baseball, and he got both of their autographs during a Cleveland Jefferson JV baseball game. And he's like, I mean, he was the top 10 recruit in the country. I mean, they were big deals.
Dude, Aaron Miles was one
massive,
of the top 5 players in the country.
In the country. And he was going, I think he had already announced to Kansas. And everybody knew he was going to Kansas.
That's a huge deal.
He's out there playing baseball in the spring. My brother, can I get your autograph? We should have held on to it. It would have been a cool keepsake, man.
So, yes, that happened.
Who ended up winning that game? I never ended up asking you.
Glencoe got him. It was scoreless through 4, and then Glencoe burst open in the later innings. I think they ended up winning
The funny thing
7-1.
was he dropped that drop.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment.
And then
tonight.
he got disappointed later because he printed out the rosters, and he was like, Smith, Johnson.
Just
he just
normal
every
names.
normal
Nothing.
possible name. There was no rolling R's. There was nothing.
Couldn't do any of those ones.
So I don't know how much of the full treatment they got, but they got a little
if
bit
you're not
of
rolling your R's, you're not getting the full swag treatment.
I've got a good one with the Hops this year.
Yeah. I feel like you do every year. It's baseball.
Some years are better than others.
There's going to be some Latin flair out
there's
there.
some
I'm
Latin
willing
flair.
to guess there's going to be a couple of players from Latin
They've got
America
a catcher named Alberto Barriga.
See, yeah. I just assume that name's happening every year for you.
Not every year.
A lot of rolled R's.
They still have Big John West.
You say Big John West?
Well, I added the big. He is like 6'7". I was like, I have to call him Big John.
Wait, did
John
you ask
West,
him before you did
Are we
this? Or
bringing
you
Big
just
John's
do
Big
it?
John as walkout music?
It should be.
Why is it not?
I know.
Wait, was his introduction into this nickname when he stepped to the plate and you just said
No,
Big
I haven't
John
done
West?
that. That's just what I call him. I don't do that on the air.
Oh, you should.
You should. Float
You
it out
should
one
shock
game.
him someday.
See how he responds
Coming to
to
the plate, Big John
Well, he's
West.
a pitcher. He's a relief pitcher.
Oh, coming out of the pen, that's even better.
There you go.
John.
Dude, he's got to have the
I
walkout
know.
music. So we had the national championship game last night.
We did, yeah. Thriller. I'm so glad college basketball is over.
Are you?
Can we now be in the trust tree and acknowledge? Like, it has its moment in the sun. It's great. Opening weekend in A&A is a blast. I got my parlays.
Yep.
Everybody's got a hopeful bracket.
Yep.
So did it peak with the Mullins buzzer beater to beat Duke? Was that?
Yes.
I mean, I
Yes.
didn't watch that game, so I don't know. I
Well,
saw
given
highlights.
everything we saw
Yeah.
with the Final Four,
Well, that was the Elite Eight.
I know.
Yeah, to
that
get
was the
there.
last great moment because the
Yeah.
Final Four to me sucked.
I had a funny moment the weekend before we left because we were around that Saturday, Sunday, and we flew out on Monday. And I remember we were sitting around one afternoon. The wife's like, "Do you need to watch any of this?" And I'm like, "Nope." We're going on vacation next week. Nope, I'm good, babe. What else do you want to watch? Let's turn something else on TV. I'm pretty sure I was watching the Giants lose again, which was dumb anyway. So probably should have watched basketball. I mean, the game was fine. It was at least competitive, and you didn't turn it off in the first half. But it wasn't the most. I mean, that is a national championship game that I will ask somebody a question about in 4 months, and you won't remember a thing about it.
You think that's one of those games?
Michigan was like 1 of 18 from 3. They
Was
couldn't
there?
make a shot.
I want
Crazy
an
they won.
investigation. That one end of the basketball court, because it happened that like Illinois couldn't hit a three from that end of the. Was there something up at that particular?
Well, they shot on both ends.
No,
and
no,
they
no, no,
finished
I know,
1 of
but if
18.
you go
Weren't the
look-
balls too inflated? Didn't we have Brady
Well,
balls?
that's always because they have brand new basketballs just for the tournament that
They got
roll
Tommy
out.
back there pumping too much air into those bad boys.
So there's that. But seemingly at that, as you were watching your TV, it was the left end of the floor where, because Michigan was there in the first half, they didn't hit a three. They didn't make anything outside the paint.
They were 2 of 15 from 3 in the game.
And
I was going
then-
to say, like, what did they shoot in the second half on the other side? It wasn't
Well,
better.
at least they made a three. They made
but
a
like,
couple of
that's,
threes.
That's math.
2.
Why do you think that's one side?
I don't. but in
UConn
the-
shot
in the-
27% from 3 and Michigan shot
Yeah, I
13.
know.
That game sucked.
It seemed like that particular end of the floor, like Illinois couldn't make anything down there.
I mean, the Michigan winning a title thing and the Big Ten stuff, like that's interesting to me. But in terms of the actual game,
What I would say to what you're alluding to, Swag, is not a one-side problem. It's playing basketball in a GD
Well, there's
football
that.
stadium.
it's
Yes.
also college basketball.
know.
Yeah.
They can't shoot.
No, there's not a lot of teams that are now Michigan's a really good shooting
Why it's a
team.
bad product to
Well,
watch
they had been.
half the time.
Illinois had been a really good shooting team.
What'd they shoot in the Elite Eight? Illinois.
I'll have to go look.
Because I feel like they did pretty well from inside. Because I remember Stojakovic having some pretty good takes, finishing. I don't know what they ended up finishing from the perimeter in the Elite Eight.
All right, let me see. In the Elite Eight, they beat Iowa 71-59.
No, not Iowa.
Illinois. You asked Illinois. What did they shoot?
Oh, yeah, they did
beat
play Iowa. You're
Yeah.
right.
I didn't
God.
even watch it. I
I
knew that.
forgot.
Actually, I didn't know that. I just Googled it. They shot 18% from 3. They were 3 of 17 from 3.
That wasn't in Indy.
And they won the game by 12.
You know what it is? Those are massive state games. Those teams can't replicate that feeling.
No.
That's true.
You just can't. There's nothing about, like, I was texting with, I'm already against it. Patrick texted me, he was like, UConn way outplayed Michigan. They should have won that game. And I'm like, what?
Huh?
Michigan couldn't make a three, and they still won the game.
And they had to lead the entire game.
They never.
Every
once
time
they
there was a
pulled-
moment in the second half where you're like, oh, it's down to 6, okay. And then Michigan would hit a couple of buckets, and you're like, all right, it's just back up to 10, and UConn
Yeah.
can't overcome that
They kept it from
offensively.
6 to 10, like the last 7 minutes,
Yeah.
it felt like, of the game. To me, it's not about like who was better coached or who's better or not. It's a national championship game.
Yeah.
Sphincters tighten, dude.
That's how it works.
It's
and you're
a huge
playing in
stage.
a massive arena.
Yes.
And it's not easy to shoot in those
What is the
places.
capacity of Lucas
Oh
Oil?
yeah, it's like 70,000.
with a basketball
I know.
It's
court,
probably close to 80.
Probably 80.
I'd be willing to guess. Yeah.
80,000 people at any one point of Michigan's entire season, did they even get to like
25?
25,000.
Let alone 20.
Those basketball arenas on college campuses aren't big.
No, they probably
No.
played a few non-con games in NBA arenas where it was packed.
Well, they played
I'm
that
sure,
one in D.C. against Duke at the end of the season.
Right,
that's
that was
still
probably their
probably
biggest game.
21,000.
That was
21,000.
probably their biggest game, sans the Indy game.
The biggest college arena, I think. Well, is Syracuse still playing in the?
Yeah.
They still
The
play in the
Carrier
Carrier
Dome.
Dome.
That's the biggest one, but that's a football arena too.
Yeah.
The biggest one I think is Rupp. That's like nearly 23,000. That's a basketball arena.
Right.
You almost wonder if futuristic ideas of good programs would be, let's just play football and basketball in the same stadium.
Build a dome and do it
So
together.
we're always used to playing in a stadium.
in case we get really good.
Yeah, in case we ever
And we're gonna
pop.
win
If
a
I got
title,
a
we're ready to
tournament
go.
team, I'm taking a road game at Syracuse. Let's go.
Yeah.
Just go up to the Carrier Dome and
Yeah.
get used to the different sight
Put
lines.
Syracuse on the
I
schedule.
think
this
the storylines, like Hurley getting back to a title game was great for the sport. UConn being back in the mix. Michigan, like the Big Ten title drought is wild to me. Like I knew it. I knew they hadn't won one in forever. And you're
Yeah.
like, how's that possible to go quarter with all the basketball teams in that
But
conference?
there's not a lot of great teams in that
It's just
conference.
wild. Like it's been that long, and now they've won 3 straight. The Big Ten 3 straight in football, and they just won their first basketball title in 25 years. And it feels like they're kind of taking over college athletics.
Yeah.
Which again, why Oregon made the right decision to go join that party, even though we haven't won one of the titles yet. Those are interesting storylines for me. That was a basketball game that I will forget everything about in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair thing to say.
What's the most memorable moment of the game?
Cadeau.
Don't you know?
Elliot Cadeau.
Elliot, big fan of
He
his
played
game.
really well.
He had a good game.
Hurley challenging a call that was an awful challenge.
I mean,
don't know.
he had no. I mean, you're
They
down
didn't really
by.
have a moment.
What, they're down by 6 with 14 seconds to go, and it's like you're just desperate at that point. You're
Yeah,
trying to
he
get
was
something.
reaching.
I get why he was
kinda
trying to
knew
do
that.
it. Yeah, it was your last shot.
It didn't have a moment.
It didn't have a moment. You're not
Even
going to
when-
remember anything about that game.
Even when UConn came back early in the first half, it took a momentary lead. It didn't feel like they were going to be able to keep it, in my opinion. Now,
No.
I picked Michigan, so I was a little biased in that viewpoint, but
They seem to be a pretty easy national title pick this year,
Yeah.
and proved everybody right. They were the best team in the sport all year, and they won the national championship.
the team that scores 90 points almost every time they play, breaking news.
Pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm going to pick them to
So
win
you
the
think
tournament.
an unmemorable, we won't remember this title game
Not at
title
all.
game?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
played in the title game last year?
Houston and Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Florida won.
I know that they
That
won.
was the one year UConn didn't
I
win.
couldn't tell you who they beat though.
That was a good Houston team.
Sure it was.
Now, don't ask me about 2 years.
2 years ago?
It'd be UConn and
Who did they beat?
UConn and
And littering and I actually know the answer to this.
do you really?
I do.
What give me a conference.
I know it because of our draft pick and who he played against in the game. Another big. Who was another big? Think of a big guy. Big guy.
Purdue.
Purdue.
That's
Zach
right.
Edey.
It was Edie versus
Edey
Kling
and
Kong.
Klingon. Yeah,
it was
that's right. You're right.
I'm a little ashamed that I remember that, to be honest
Now
with
let's
you.
go to UConn's first title of the 2 years in a row.
I mean,
UConn and
We all remember who that
Swag?
was.
College basketball swag.
Can't tell you.
No.
That's what this game
What
was.
is this telling us?
I know.
That we don't
as
care.
sports fans.
It's
We
the
like
event
the
in the
op-
bracket.
Yes, you like the
It's-
opening.
It's more about just
It's
having
the
it, right?
spectacle in the bracket. It's
Yeah.
just like the Kentucky. It's turned into the Kentucky
Yeah.
Derby.
Unless
and
you're
the
a
Triple
diehard
Crown.
fan of one of these blue
or
Yeah,
one of your
right?
teams goes
Yeah.
on a
Your
run,
team
or it's a
goes,
team you're a
yeah.
fan of, then yeah, you remember every aspect of it.
But it's
if you
turned
don't,
into the Triple Crown.
yes.
It is. You're right. That's
You know
a
what
good
it
way.
is? It's Masters Week. Okay, let's get to
oh.
the important. Let's get
Okay.
to the important details.
All right. Well, you've really poo-pooed my college basketball notes.
Look, this is one of my least. I'm just glad I don't have to pretend to care about college basketball anymore. I'm glad that it's over. But we can talk about Michigan winning a title, what it means for the conference.
can't talk about that,
And
yeah.
Hurley getting to his third. Like
Yep.
those are all big deals.
All right, a little more on that, and then we'll pivot out to what Dirt wants to talk about. He's back from Hawaii. He's got hot takes on the Masters week. I do want to ask you, think about this. Has it felt like, I guess it's already another day, so maybe it isn't today.
yeah.
Have you felt the tiger cloud over that sport?
Leave my
Kind
guy-
of dampering the
Leave
Masters?
my guy alone, all right? He's going through a hard time right now.
Need
Okay?
a blanket?
He's going through some struggles, all right? The videos weren't that bad, man.
Yeah, I called the President of the United States. His life's
Actually,
so
the
tough.
president called him.
Oh, is that the way it went?
Yeah,
I can
because the
remember.
day before, this is Swag's gonna get pissed. The day before, Trump said at a press conference that Tiger wasn't playing in the Masters,
That's right.
and that was not known, he hadn't said anything.
Right.
And so there's a lot of intel out there that Trump actually didn't, he had no clue he was in a car accident,
Whoa.
called him to apologize for saying that publicly because Tiger hadn't announced anything yet, and he just happened to call in the craziest of times to call.
Swag didn't want to talk about this topic.
The Tiger topic?
Not at all.
Really?
Wants nothing to do with it.
I mean, leave my guy alone, all right? He's getting
That's
some treatment.
basically what he's saying. He's move on.
Yeah, he's getting
Shut
some-
up, Sprague.
He's getting treatment. See, he texted me about it while I was golfing.
Did he really?
I didn't care because I had 2 birdies on the back 9, no big deal, but that's all that mattered to me.
I just shot a 101.
It's early.
It's one of the worst rounds of my
We've got
life.
a lot of time left. It's only April,
We'll
baby.
see, man.
It's
I don't
only
know.
April.
We got a lot more to get into. 6:35 on the Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, Trailblazers could not hold a 14-point lead going into the fourth quarter against the Nuggets. They lost Tamani Kamara to his 6th foul with 2 minutes left in regulation. That helped Denver force overtime and eventually get the win over Portland, 137-132. Nikola Jokic, another triple-double, 35 points, 14 boards, 13 assists. Blazers now move on to face San Antonio Wednesday, and the Spurs may not have Victor Wembanyama. He suffered a rib contusion in their win over the 76ers Monday night. Portland a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th seed in the West. LA hosts the Mavericks tonight at 7:30. Michigan Wolverines, too much for UConn to deal with Monday night in Indianapolis. They win their 2nd NCAA men's basketball title in program history, 69-63. Elliot Cadeau named most outstanding player, finishing with 19 points. In the North Carolina Tar Heels, reportedly finalizing a contract to hire Mike Malone as their next head coach. Malone led the Denver Nuggets for 12 seasons, had 510 victories, including an NBA championship in 2023. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon.
Well, we have a lot to get to today. The Blazers blew it. God, talk about having your shot in your moment.
Dude, that happened real quick, too, because the title game ended, and I'm like, oh, look, they're still up by 18. They got a nice lead. I, walked out of the room, came back in. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Yes.
Huh?
Exactly.
What did I miss?
By the way, you know why Swag can't remember who UConn beat in Hurley's first title?
Why is that?
Because nobody would have remembered.
I couldn't tell you.
San Diego State was in the national championship game.
That was that random Final Four. Was that the year FAU?
Dusty May?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Now, did
There was another random one in there, too, if I remember correctly.
UConn beat FAU? Because that'd be funny if he had beaten Dusty May in the Final Four that year, and then they
Was that the 23 tournament?
That was the 23 tournament, yeah. And then San Diego State, I can't remember. Maybe they played FAU. I don't remember. I know those are 3 of the 4 teams. I don't remember who the 4th team was.
I remember that was the year where there was a super random Final Four, and all of them were higher seeded teams.
The 22 year I remember because that
was Miami of Florida. UConn beat Miami,
right.
And then San Diego
FAU.
State beat FAU.
Okay.
22 I remember because that was K's last year, and that was North Carolina beat them in the Final Four, which is top 5 favorite sports moment of my life.
Who did they lose to in the title game?
Kansas.
They
won with he's been terrible in the NBA, but remember the forward guard that they had, the wing? No, why did I ask you that? I don't know.
Blank stare.
And then Gonzaga lost to Baylor in 2021.
That I remember that. That title, because they were undefeated.
And they got smoked in the beginning. Gonzaga actually played well after that.
It was like 20-0 right out of the gate.
It was too big a deficit. They couldn't overcome it.
I mean, that was a Northwest team and an undefeated season on the line. That one I remember, but the other ones, I couldn't tell you anything about those games.
But I will say there's got to be moments of the tournament you remember.
I mean, Duke blowing a 19-point lead and getting a walk-off shot will be a iconic
Remarkable.
moment forever.
Yeah.
Can we get those Boozer commercials off my TV now? They've been eliminated. Unless we find the number 1 pick and we draft him, then I'm all Boozer. But if we don't,
wait a minute,
get Boozer off of my television.
The privacy screen commercials in general are stupid.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you see it. No, you don't.
It's like, dude, I can do that with my phone, and I don't have a privacy setting. I just tilt the phone. You can't see what I'm texting.
How about you don't look at things that you don't want other people to not see?
Exactly.
You don't like the State Farm ones?
I mean, they're fine.
What's
in your
that
face.
on your face?
It's on your face.
Wiper fluid. It looks like Gatorade.
It's not that I don't like the commercial. It's to the point where I've seen it 477,000 times. That we do this every year. This is the what a pro wants, what a pro needs.
The T-Mobile.
It killed Oklahoma City for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody became anti-OKC because that's the only commercial we saw for 2 months.
It did.
Get it off my TV.
Are we ready for the Blazers to do what the Blazers do and take Caden Boozer in the second round?
Oh, we're not making the playoffs. You have us not making the playoffs.
Well, second round, we still have our pick if we make the playoffs.
Well, you think Caden's going to leave?
I don't know.
I have Caden Boozer coming back.
One more year.
I think he knows his draft stock's not amazing, and next year's draft sucks, so he'd actually be better served to come back, be pretty good, and then maybe be like a mid to late first round pick as a wing.
Them blowing that lead will easily be the highlight of the tournament. And the most memorable thing from this tournament. And the look on Shire's face when they hit the shot and Dan Hurley doing the forehead rub with the official afterwards.
The Nebraska-Vanderbilt game where the kid almost hit the half
the
quarter.
almost made shot.
And then the Santa Clara, Kentucky.
Will you remember the almost
I don't think we're
going to
remember those at all.
Or will you remember the fact that Nebraska went out 4-on-5?
Yeah, you were out for that. You missed that reaction.
Buddy,
dude, of all the things you can do there, you went Marcus Freeman on 4th and goal.
Now, what I would say is I cannot be critical of this because I actually literally had this moment happen to me this season.
Uh-oh.
But in my defense,
they're 10 years old.
Well, they're not. They're older than that.
Sorry.
We came out of the timeout, and after they ran a play, the other team they knocked the ball out of bounds, and someone was like, "Coach, we only have 4." And I look back at the girl, and I go, "Why are you out?" She goes, "I thought you said to sit." I said, "To take a water break."
During the timeout.
And she thought I literally meant, don't go back out there.
You're not in the game anymore, kiddo. You got to get your butt back out there.
Ref was like, "Coach, you want to bring it back out?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I don't want to play 4-on-5. What are we doing?"
Give me that horn. Let's get one more player on the floor here. Let's go 5-on-5. Make this thing easy.
You don't think we'll remember that Santa Clara, Kentucky ending?
It's the first. No, I don't think at all. I don't think we remember stuff from first round. Name me a.
Oh, the back and forth.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, who did Derek Queen hit the game winner against last year?
Colorado State.
Okay, bad example. So maybe we will. I think early tournament stuff, I don't think we remember.
I only remember that because of how weird the coaching situation was in that. Remember, he
Good
was
point, yeah.
refusing to acknowledge the Villanova job.
Right.
And the whole thing was
complaining
just
about
bizarre.
resources.
Yeah.
And then Derek Queen was traded for in one of the worst draft night trades we've seen in a while
Yes.
that backfired.
It may be one of the worst of all time.
One of the worst trades
if
we've
that
ever
pick
seen.
hits in the top 3.
Yes. And Derek Queen doesn't turn into an MVP.
Okay, let's talk about that then. You don't have a lot from the game. I totally get that. I
think the
thought it was an
history-
okay game, not awful, but
No.
yeah, to your point, it's not an all-timer.
It wasn't Duke Butler 52-51. Like, it wasn't at that level. The history that was nearly made from Hurley was the biggest storyline for me in the game. Do you know how many coaches have 3 national titles?
There's only like 3, right?
A little bit more than that.
Is it 4?
6?
6.
6
Yeah,
coaches
but
in the history of
a
the
couple
sport.
of them are from way
back.
Oh, I
Like
mean, yeah, you're
Rupp
going.
and
I mean, Wooden was forever, though, let's be honest.
Rupp, was it Henry Iba, the Oklahoma State guy?
How could we forget?
It is Coach K, John Wooden, Rupp, Roy Williams, Calhoun, and Bob Knight.
Wow.
Oh, Cal does have 3. Calhoun.
Yeah, he got because
Jim
they
Calhoun
had
had 3.
6, so he has
Right.
3.
I told Patrick yesterday in passing, I was like, I think he's got the 2. I couldn't remember the 3rd.
Who was the random one who won 1 and then got fired?
Ollie.
Kevin Ollie.
Kevin Ollie.
That was a
Yeah.
Calhoun team.
So he had 3, Ollie had 1, and,
Yeah.
and they have 2
Calhoun
with
should have
Hurley.
held on and gotten 4.
So
and
if you're
then
going like
retired.
modern time, you're dealing with, I guess, Bob Knight is
I would start at
straddling the
Bob
fence,
Knight, yeah.
Coach K, Roy Williams, and Calhoun.
Yeah.
So that was the biggest, like, of just the history that could be made here and what he's done and turning down the NBA overtures. We've seen a lot of great coaches kind of burst on and win a title. It's kind of like the major thing we do in golf. Like, guys win a major early, and then you ask yourself, can you go do it again? Izzo won one forever ago. He had won one in a quarter century.
I know.
And he was on the brink of winning a third and almost got it done on a team that nobody really gave a chance to get there.
All right, the memorable moments of the tournament, according to you, were what? 503-864-6326. We'll get to that coming up next on 105.1 The Fan. All right, good morning, 6:51. Welcome back in to Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, and YouTube. Fan text line, because it's Tuesday, it's 503-864-6326.
Mail sack.
Get your mail sack questions in now. You can also put them on the YouTube chat. When you're gone, I have to pick up the slack in some ways in which people don't understand how the show works.
Sure,
and
yeah.
So I was having to do, it felt like 4 new things, and I'm like, damn it.
Copy down all the questions as they come in.
I'm not used to doing that. You're
You
pretty good at that.
You got to keep up on it during the show, because if you don't, you get overwhelmed.
Dude, don't tell. I know. I went through it. My first day back was Tuesday last week.
We already got 4 good ones in. I already copied them down on the show sheet, so they're ready to go for the final hour.
I think, ultimately, it's nice to have you back. I think you are going to be right, proven right, if you're not already.
The text that came in, the absolute most memorable moment of the tournament was the final buzzer and it being over.
Did you watch
NFL draft time, baby? Let's go.
I do. We got Matt Miller tomorrow.
Exactly. It's like 3 weeks away. Let's
I got the basketball on Thursday.
You got your
2 weeks away.
2 weeks away.
It is,
you
yeah.
got your pimento cheese ready.
Oh, did you order a box?
I did. It's coming tomorrow.
Nice. Which one did you? Same one?
Same one as last year. Way too much food. I'm gonna eat all of it though, because
sure?
I'm a fat ass.
Sharing of it?
No, I mean after the Mayo controversy last year, I don't think I'm gonna share any this year.
Can you not share with him? But me?
It's a big
I like
effort.
Mayo.
There's a lot going on.
I'm pro Mayo. I don't pretend that I'm not, and then eat it.
I don't know. I was a little offended by that. I brought in sandwiches.
I
People
still have
complained.
flaggies in my backpack.
I mean, we got coasters still in the studio from last year, randomly laying around.
Dude.
We'll see. I don't know.
you ruined this for me.
We'll see.
What did I do?
Mr. Anti-Mayo. I didn't like it.
Anti-Mayo.
I liked it. I didn't like it.
After
The pulled
eating
barbecued pulled pork was delightful.
you ate the pimento, and you said it might be your favorite, and then we told you it was mayo, and
You got butthurt about it. You got butthurt.
You got butthurt.
Because you got a weird thing going on with Mayo.
God.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment
Butthurt
tonight.
dirt over there. Pro Mayo guy. Caravan being super sad last night. I have a weird thing about this. I love his competitive fire. I love that he cares so much about the university.
Yeah, random outlier in the modern world of college basketball who's been around forever.
Do you know what his record is leaving UConn?
Oh, has he lost 8 games?
92-22.
Yeah.
So it's a part of me is I get why you're emotional. You've had a special bond with the place.
Couple of titles. You're all right.
You'll be okay, kid.
You'll be okay, Caravan.
You're going to the association. You'll be okay.
You think he's going to be an NBA player?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Not like a top pick.
But hang around for a bit. Yeah.
He was always floating at the bottom of the first, top of the second, which is why he kept coming back for the 2 years in a row.
Right.
Look, I think ultimately you are right of the most memorable thing will be the UConn-Duke ending. And I think some of that not just has to do with the way the game ended, because to Swag's point, Santa Clara, Kentucky was also a crazy ending. It's because it's Duke.
Yeah.
And UConn.
Well, it's because they came back from 19 down.
Yeah, and just seeing a game winner to that level in that moment.
And Duke gassed.
And the 2 teams that were involved in it. That's the thing about Vanderbilt and Nebraska. I don't disagree that shot's memorable. That's not.
I had forgotten about
I didn't even know
shot.
Nebraska played basketball until this year. They got a basketball team? What? I think the most memorable thing of the tournament will be something that if it continues, we will look back on. And that is, in the new era of college athletics, the Big Ten is dominating everything. And I like that. That to me is the thing that I circle and say, do we get 3 years from now and we go, oh my God, look, they're just rattling them off left and right, and they can't be stopped because they got more money to spend than everybody, and it's all legal now, and it's not cash under the table. And
Not more than the SEC, and they're succeeding in that regard.
I think there's a lot more money in NIL dollars at Big Ten schools than there are SEC schools. I
Because
just think
of the alumni
wealth
bases.
and the alumni
Yeah.
basis, it's just there's people make more money at Michigan than they do at Mississippi State, no offense.
Yeah.
And that to me is the takeaway of they've now rattled off when Michigan won it 3 years ago in football, then Ohio State followed, then Indiana followed, and now they've gone on a run in that sport. We can debate how deep the conference is, but the top end of it's the best in the sport. Does Michigan start this trend in hoops? Because if they do, it's a conference that seems to be steamrolling everybody.
Oh, by the way, baseball actually suddenly is okay in Big Ten.
I'll take your word for it.
Your team was ranked going into the Michigan
You're damn right we were.
series.
Did we lose that one?
no
Did we
idea.
lose that one? Did we
I don't
not
know
beat
why I
Michigan?
brought that up.
I actually had a listener.
You did lose. Your first series loss this year was against
Was
Michigan.
it? I mean, I knew that. I had a listener DM me and talk college baseball trash, and I laughed about that one.
We swept Lamar.
It was a Michigan fan, and I'm like, all right, we're playing? Cool. You guys won the game. All right.
Loaded
Spring football's in a couple weeks.
Loaded second hour. UNC has their guy. Mike Malone.
Mike Malone? What?
I think they see Dan Hurley and go, how do we get our red ass? They want to go Mike Malone, the history of pro coaches going to college. We got that one. But we can talk about what you're talking about, the Big Ten kind of taking over college sports. Loaded second hour. We're getting to the Blazers as well. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
5. At Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today, online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan. Despite setting a team record for most made threes in a game, the Blazers faded in the fourth quarter in Denver, blew a 17-point lead, and allowed the game to get to overtime where Nikola Jokic took over with a triple-double, 35 points, 14 boards, 13 assists. The Nuggets get the 137-132 victory. Portland now a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th seed in the West. They move on to San Antonio to face the Spurs on Wednesday, who may not have Victor Wembanyama. He suffered a rib contusion in their win over the 76ers Monday night. As for the Clippers, they're hosting the Mavericks tonight at 7:30. Michigan Wolverines get their second NCAA men's basketball title with a 69-63 win over UConn, denying them their third title in 4 years. Elliot Cadeau was named the most outstanding player of the game, finishing with 19 points. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for Seahawks.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. If you're watching on YouTube, you already know this, but if you're driving in your car, you got us with a cup of coffee in your living room or kitchen, Dirt is back.
Hey, what's up?
He's back from his Hawaiian vacation. His 2 weeks without seeing each other.
That was a little weird.
It's a little odd, gotta admit.
We don't do that very often.
No,
That's
we
kind
don't.
of a random timing. I was actually going to go to Hawaii this week, and then I remembered it's Masters week, and I'm like, that's not happening.
Oh, that was the original
That
plan?
we were going to go this week, and then I was like, no, I'm not flying back the day of Masters Sunday. That's not happening, buddy. We're moving that thing up a week.
Well, I thank you for doing that.
Hey, we got it out of the way, and now we got Masters week.
So we have a lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. Coming up at 7:15, we've got Noah Weiskopf of Tar Heels 24/7. They're going to hire Mike Malone.
Mike Malone going to college basketball.
Now, is this their Dana Altman? He's like the 8th choice because everybody told them no? Or where was Mike Malone? I'd never heard the name until literally it broke yesterday that they were looking at Mike Malone.
My guess would be and I think they did, it's very evident, they took a shot at every big name that they could think of. They threw a lot of money at those coaches, and I think those coaches realized that we can kind of win wherever we're at. Like, Dusty May just won a national title. Tommy Lloyd was in a Final Four. Like, there's no reason to leave. You're at a good job. And so I think the idea was, how do we land a big fish? They struck out on that. And then I think they wisely thought of not needing to do the North Carolina thing. Like, this was kind of the Michigan problem for a long time, and ironically, Harbaugh ended up coming back. But there were a long time where they were trying to hire, we need a Michigan man to be our head coach. Of no, just go hire a good football coach and you'll be okay. I know Harbaugh ended up being a Michigan guy that won a national title, but you don't need to find an alumni. Find somebody who knows how to coach. And a lot of coaches have talked about in the college basketball landscape now how much easier it is to recruit because so much of it is just dollars and cents. What are you spending? What do you have in your budget? What are you offering me? And as long as you have that going for you, you don't have to have a background of recruiting in college basketball or history of the game. So I think ultimately it's a great hire for them. Like, that guy knows how to coach. He's a smart basketball mind. He was looking for another gig, and they're clearly willing to pay him maybe more than an NBA team was.
Well, you missed Friday's take where I pronounced on the show that Tommy Lloyd, we were going to come in Monday, and Tommy Lloyd was going to be the UNC coach. And maybe 10 minutes after the show, he announced
it did not last
extension.
an hour.
You thought he was going to take the job, huh?
Dude, did you not?
I was on vacation. I was not plugged in.
He had 2 press conferences, 2 different press conferences.
Was he doing, why would I not be the coach at Arizona?
He goes, I'm the coach of Arizona right now.
Ooh.
And the next coach of Arizona is also going to keep it going. And I'm locked into this team. Like, he kept saying all this stuff.
I did hear him say a quote. I don't know if it was before or after the deal.
Yeah.
Where he said, they have Michael Jordan. Steve Kerr's our Michael Jordan. I'm like, what? All right.
I think that was after he
was that
signed
after the
his
extension?
extension.
Okay.
Steve Kerr's
like, okay.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's great. Good shooter, but come on, man.
So yeah, to your point, it didn't make much sense to have to leave, but I wouldn't blame anybody for looking at UNC as a blue blood, the tradition, the history, and saying, well, yeah, I have it here, but that's North Carolina.
The Roy Williams one was so unique because he was a North Carolina guide. So he had a great thing going to Kansas, but it was the coming home angle for him that was the selling factor.
Okay, so answer me this.
Yeah.
Because I want to get to your Big Ten point. If Ryan Day left randomly for the NFL after next year,
sure.
I don't know if they would go an NFL guy. I don't know who applies for the job.
They have it coordinators, which is kind of unique. I mean, both their coordinators are in it. They got, what's his nuts,
Patricia.
the FedEx kid, and then Patricia.
Patricia's the highest paid coordinator in college football now.
Both of them don't recruit. They're just NFL guys.
But if Ryan Day left, I mean, you definitely would have coaches at powerhouse pro. Like, Sark might be interested.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because he's at Texas, right? But, you might have that version in college football, and that's all I'm saying about college basketball. To your point, recruiting being easier, yes, but it is UNC.
I think I don't disagree with that take. I just think it's the idea of what's the difference between Arizona and UNC?
Actually, not a lot.
Right?
Nothing right
Michigan
now.
and UNC. Michigan just won a national title. So if you're going after that line of coach at North Carolina, I don't think you're Ohio State. I think if you're going a little bit further down into the pool or a little bit more on the shallow end, if you will, and you're trying to get who's the head coach at Wisconsin or who's like a random place like that, you could go snag a guy like that in a heartbeat.
Hoiberg, maybe.
Yes, they went shooting for the moon, and I don't blame him because that's what you should do. Make them say no. Mm-hmm. But if you're at Arizona right now and you got a good thing going, or Michigan, you got a good thing going, why start it all over and risk the goodwill that you've built up at your place to go start somewhere new where the resources are likely the same?
Well, let's before we get to Noah Weiskopf, let's talk about your point on the Big Ten. Although I do have a quick announcement. It was a good day in Corvallis yesterday. You know why?
Beaver Nation, we're number one. We're national champs. Let's
yes,
go.
we are.
You guys got a title.
We got
it. We're turning up. We're after it.
We are turning coming
I
up.
can't freaking wait. Go Bees, go Blue, let's go!
Top of the cock, let's go!
You got your Dan Lanning national title. Look at you guys, man. It feels good, doesn't it?
Oh,
You're basking in the glory of a title.
Feels great.
You bringing that trophy back to Corvallis?
Got a 4-star. Josiah Lake's coming back. We're winning it.
I mean, he is off to a really good start.
He's off to a
Lake
great
coming
start.
back and signing a 4-star kid right out of the gate's a great start for him.
So your point on the Big Ten, your big takeaway from the tournament is the Big Ten right now is riding a real wave of they've won 3 straight football championships. They've won now a national championship in basketball, just kind of taken over the major portions of college. UCLA just won the women's national championship by 30 points against Dawn Staley. So the Big Ten right now riding the wave of being the top conference in college athletics.
Well, I just think they have more money to spend than any other conference.
Do they have more? So you're talking about with NIL?
Just in NIL, yes. Not. I mean, in TV revenue, they're doing as good as anybody outside of Oregon and Washington, who are on the half scale right now.
Right.
But everybody else is full scale, and you're making basically the same as the SEC. SEC might be slightly higher than them. I don't know off the top of my head. I just think it's from an NIL alumni base. Like we saw this with Indiana. There was this idea Indiana in football was this because they've been so bad for so long. This Cinderella story, this little engine that could. And I remember doing stories and segments in the middle of football season last year. It was like, you know how much their operating budget was in football last year? It was like top 5 in the country. They're spending like $90 million a year on their football program. So, like, there's a lot of money to go around, and then all of a sudden you wake up this sleeping giant and has this massive alumni base. Remember how many Indiana fans were in Atlanta for the semifinal game against Oregon?
Yep.
It was 98-2. Like, they sold out the entire place. So, I think there's just a lot of money. There's a lot of alumni bases. There's a lot of people with cash to spend, and they're energetic about sports, and now you have the ability to do it. We've gone through this in Michigan and their ability to sign guys in football. We've now seen it in basketball. Like, I just think when you have more money to spend than other people in the modern age of the sport where it is allowed and not in a McDonald's bag or in a briefcase that slipped under a table or slipped into somebody's door, you're going to have more ability to win. And so I don't know if they're going to go on a dominant run in basketball. It's crazy. It's been 25 years since they've won a national title. But that, to me, if you're asking for something that we might remember from this tournament, that, to me, is it, if that is the trend that continues. Because we've now seen it in football where 3 different teams have won consecutive national titles, or the Big Ten's won 3 straight, and it's been 3 different teams to do it, and they might have another team that pulls it off next year. And so they've dominated that sport at the top, and now they've just won their first college basketball title in a long time.
Yeah, I think that's the tough thing is basketball. I have a hard time investing much dominant factor in. Not that Dusty May and Michigan won't win it again.
It's a totally fair take because it's a randomness of a one-game tournament, and
it's such a weird
anything can
tournament.
happen.
I mean, you looked at UConn as winning back-to-back as like, oh my God, we hadn't had that
it's
since
just
06,
so
07.
hard. The transient nature of currently, the transfers and NILs, and if you do get, super talented freshmen, are they likely to go to the NBA draft? It's so hard to sustain a program in a different way. Look, football's
Football's different. Football's not going anywhere. Indiana's not going anywhere. Ohio State's going nowhere. Oregon's going to be right back there. Michigan might be back on the rise.
Build and sustain. It's harder to do, I think, in football than it's been in previous years, but you can still have some continuity year to year and build programs.
I think it's a question of like who's the contender in the Big Ten that does, Oregon does not spend a lot on NIL in basketball, and I think that's been pretty evident of their lack of recruiting and bringing guys in and all that, and that's one of the issues that they're facing. But when you're talking about the top of the conference, they all have money to spend.
Oh yeah,
Purdue's one of the biggest spenders in the sport. Michigan is one of the Michigan State's one of the they all have money. And Illinois just made it to a Final Four. Like they're not going anywhere. I think all of those teams have a shot. I think your point of the randomness of the tournament will lead itself to not a conference not going on a dominant run.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting because forever the SEC dominated college athletics for like 15, 20 years. In baseball and football, they won how many straight national titles they won in football?
13,
until
right?
Clemson
14,
finally broke, or Florida State, whoever was the first one, and then Clemson got a couple, and you're like, all right. But the Big Ten hadn't won one in a really long time, a decade until Michigan won one from the last Ohio State title. And so there were these gaps where it was kind of dominated by other teams, and now we've seen the Big Ten start to gobble up championships.
Yeah, because just count these ones: Michigan, Nebraska, Michigan State, Illinois, Wisconsin, Purdue.
Purdue was just in the national title game a couple years ago. Yeah,
Iowa made it to the Elite Eight.
They did.
They were in the middle of that conference. Indiana might have finally get their S together and start caring about college basketball.
Right.
Not to mention, you got SoCal teams down there, and we'll see if Oregon can get back to the top or get near it again.
Well, this is part of the difficulty connecting locally to the Oregon basketball conversation of like, good luck.
Yeah.
If you're
I
not
mean,
going to care and invest in that, like you're just going to get your teeth kicked in every year.
I feel
this is
bad,
not
but-
the old Pac-12, buddy.
feels like this is kind of the end for Altman. I think he'll get one more year. And
I mean, I did a
they
segment
won't
while
do
you were
well,
out that
and-
it should. I mean, he lost his 2 best players from his team in the transfer portal.
No, I know. Well, that roster is going to be so turned over. I have no faith that they can compete with those upper echelon teams.
God, no.
So I think next year is going to be their last year with him, and I think a lot of fans will be right in to say thank you. You're our GOAT. Here's the statue. All that. I also think there will be a large portion of those same fans saying, "So we literally just wasted a season,"
right?
Versus reacting. Maybe more
What's the
aggressively.
point if we know this is going to happen a year from now to do it for another year?
Yeah.
And to let the anger and the vitriol get even louder and the animosity grow
I
for
think
fans.
the tough thing would more be from the Oregon angle of this when you look up at the Big Ten in basketball, because you know where you're at in football, right? In basketball, it'd be more, even if you did move on from him, who would you hire?
If you're not funding it, it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm asking. Well, but I'm asking,
That's a
like,
fair-
how
yeah.
attractive is that job to people? Like, back in the day before they hired Altman, they went for Izzo, right? And he came close and he decided not to. And so, and they went down their list of
Tubby
guys.
Smith, they
Tubby
tried to
Smith.
get, and he said no.
Right. And back then, you could kind of understand it. Now, in this wave of TV revenue mixed with spending,
I think it's a question of what are you willing to invest into it. If you're willing to invest into it, you could probably get some decent name coaches to come in.
well, if you are
But
you
if
going to
you're
tell
not-
people you care? I mean, that's kind of what I wonder is like, how attractive is that job really? They were third to last in the Big Ten this year.
It's in a really weird spot right now.
It is in a weird spot.
And they're not going to fire Altman. They're going to keep him around for another year. I don't see how in any way, shape, or form next year goes differently than this year. And if you have back-to-back years, all of a sudden that the consistency argument for Altman of, well, he won 20 games
it's
every year,
over.
and it's gone.
I think it's already there for people.
It is, and it's also part of like joining a tougher conference. Again, the Pac-12 was not dominant in college basketball. You had Arizona, maybe UCLA, and a random Colorado here or there. It wasn't like going through the Pac-12 was a murderer's row, and you could get into the tournament and win 20 games every year. That's not the case. There's a half dozen teams, if not 10, in the Big Ten every year that will be better than you and will dominate you, and it's just going to be difficult to climb your way out of the cellar.
19-41 combined Oregon, Washington, and USC in the Big Ten this year.
Yeah.
And UCLA was the outlier, 13-7.
The
in
randomness too
conference.
of it, though, is everybody said they won't. The new schools in the Big Ten will have a hard time in Olympic sports. They've been dominating in Olympic sports, and then there's this basketball argument. And UCLA just won the national title by 30 in women's hoops.
Which is really funny, the Olympic sport thing. I was like, dude, that was literally their only thing our commissioner cared about.
That's
for
all we
years.
were ever good at.
What a crazy take.
So good at it. Breaking news.
So I have to kind of wait and see. But yeah, the Big Ten riding high right now. 3 straight football championships, and now the men and the women's national championships in basketball residing in that conference. UNC is going to hire Mike Malone. Where did this come from? What option is he for them? Why Mike Malone? Noah Weiskopf joins us coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
some stories can slip through the cracks.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
The Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
The Daily Ticker with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Well, don't forget, it is a Mail Sack Tuesday.
Mail sack.
Any and all questions are welcome at 503-864-6326. We went to our beloved Choking Blazers last night at the bottom of the hour. But
we thought we could hire this guy for a while.
We did.
Wasn't he the big fish on our market this offseason?
Are we as important as North Carolina?
I don't think that we are.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think we are either. Noah Weiskopf joining us here, covering University of North Carolina for Tar Heel 24/7. Part of 24/7 Network, CBS Sports. He joins us now. Noah, good morning. Thanks for hopping on with us, man. I heard about Tommy Lloyd and a little Dusty May and a Billy Donovan. Then yesterday I'm putting peanut butter on toast, and Pete Thamel's like, it's Mike Malone. And I'm like, where did this come from? Was Mike Malone always being one of the top candidates, or did this come out of like he's their sixth choice because they were being told a lot? No, a lot.
Yeah, I think it was kind of in the middle. To be honest with you, when we got word that it was going to be Mike Malone, it to us as well came out of left field. We were pretty surprised by it, just because that name hadn't really been mentioned to us, to any other really media outlets over the last 48 hours. So it did sort of come out of left field on that front. Now, the more we learn about it, the more we know that he was sort of there the whole time. I can't tell you guys that he was the number one choice, obviously, right? And I'll be honest with you guys, they thought that they had Tommy Lloyd. They thought that thing was going to get done. They thought that was going to be their hire, and that was their absolute number one option. That is who they wanted. They got really close to a deal. Ultimately, Arizona came in and said, hey, we'll give you everything you ever wanted, and then some. And so he ended up staying to take it. They had to ask Dusty May because it's Dusty May. Now, if they didn't make the Final Four, maybe there was a different conversation. I'm not sure, but they obviously win the whole thing, and Dusty May has absolutely no reason to leave, so he stays put. On the Billy Donovan front, I think that he wasn't willing to say yes or no until after the NBA season, and ultimately Carolina decided that was just a little bit too long to wait. So they settle on Michael Malone. Not settle, I shouldn't say settle. They get Michael Malone. Can't tell you for sure if they settled or not. But ultimately, they feel like they have their guy, and they feel like that NBA experience and everything like that, they'll be able to help, get some of those relationships in college and use that NBA experience to show kids, hey, look what I've done in the NBA. This is who I've developed. This is what I've done. I have a ring, and so forth. So that's the expectation. Nothing is official yet. They haven't officially announced it. The expectation, though, is that Michael Malone will be the coach.
Interesting. I'm curious where the reaction has been from the fan base, because and it doesn't always have to be accurate, right? Like we can love a hire or hate a hire, and then we end up being right or wrong years down the road. But they went this route in football, and you hire Belichick, and I know there's a whole different story there with the girlfriend and the off-the-field stuff, but I remember at the time it's like, well, it's Bill Belichick. He's a great football coach, and then year one is a disaster. And maybe year two isn't. We'll see how they do this season, and maybe they turn things around. Malone's a big name. He just won an NBA title not that long ago. But to my, I don't know if he's ever coached in college basketball, so I'm just like, been the reaction? It's a notable name. They're going to pay a lot of money for him when they get him. Is it a, yes, we got our guy, or why are we doing the pro thing again? Like, how are Tar Heel fans reacting to the news?
Yeah, well, first I'll add, I forgot to add that Malone didn't have a buyout, and that also played into it. The buyouts that they had with a guy like Mark Bynington at Vanderbilt and some of those other guys at Texas Tech and so forth, they had pretty large buyouts that are near $10 million, so that was a big sticking point as well. In terms of the fan reaction, I think, as any hire always is, it's pretty split. But I would say more Tar Heel fans are probably happy with it just because of his success in the NBA than aren't. Now, you look at football, and a lot of people, the ones that aren't happy with it, compare it to football. And I will say there's definitely some similarities, but obviously a lot of differences too. When Belichick was hired at Carolina, the administration and people around the hiring were pretty much shell-shocked by him. They were starstruck, right? And I think this is a lot different because Michael Malone spent some time in Chapel Hill last year. Not sure, this was around a bunch yesterday, but Michael Malone's daughter plays volleyball at North Carolina. So he's been around the campus. He's been around the athletic department a lot over the last year. She's a sophomore. And he actually was invited by Hubert Davis last year to some practices and spoke to the team on different occasions, watched some practices. So he was actually around a little bit, maybe 4 or 5 practices last year. And yes, Michael Malone did coach in college, but it came about 25, 26 years ago. He was at Queens, or he was raised in Queens. He was at Manhattan for a couple of years. He was at Providence for a year or two, so very minimal college experience. And I don't even know if you can qualify that as college experience, given that it was 25 years ago and where we're at now with the college game.
Noah Weiskopf, our guest here, Tar Heels 24/7, as North Carolina finally fired Hubert Davis, who just was not thriving there the last couple seasons, and they had one of their worst finishes this year. You pair that with the success that Shire's had so far with Duke and recruiting and getting to Elite Eight and Final Four, and North Carolina finally makes a move here. They're going Mike Malone. So what do we think about the staff? Because the history of NBA-based guys, I know you mentioned some slight experience for Malone in college, but largely NBA guys that then go to the college ranks. Like right now, one big name that you could throw out is BYU's Kevin Young, who was an NBA assistant for a long time, a G League coach, and he's having a pretty good little run here at BYU very early on. What is Malone's staff, you think, going to consist of? Mostly college guys? Do we have an idea of where he's going to go? Because even if he's got some stuff in his past, we know there's going to be that transition to go from dealing with Nikola Jokic to trying to get a 5-star to transfer to his program.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a mixture of both, and this is just pure speculation. Nothing like that has been finalized. There's been some talks. Now, I'll tell you that it's really important for a lot of people in the Carolina administration and in Carolina in general for him to have some of that tradition with him, because honestly, this is the first time that Carolina has went, quote, outside the family with a basketball hire in 72 years. So this is brand new. The next coach that they've always had in its recent history has been someone that understands, someone that gets it. And that's really important when it comes to Carolina basketball. So I imagine that he's going to want somebody, or at least a couple of people within his program, whether it's in front office roles or whatever it might be, who have been at Carolina a while, and he wants to retain them. So they have Sean May on their staff, who's a Carolina legend. I would imagine he's up for maybe being retained. There's some people behind the scenes that put stuff together that have been at Carolina for more than 3 decades. I would imagine that those people might remain just to sort of maintain that Carolina tradition. But you're right. I think that he's going to go a split. I think there's going to be some NBA coaching experience there on his staff, but I also think that definitely it's pivotal for him to have some college coaching experience, especially in the last couple of years, or someone who's been in the ranks right now, to be able to help him through this process. And there, at the end of the day, sure, he's going to be coaching basketball, and that's something he's done for a long time, but there is differences when it comes to college, dealing with agents, dealing with the NIL, dealing with kids, frankly, that are really, really young that he's never had to deal with. So I do think that there's going to be a mixture. I would imagine that he wants some experience, though, from the college game to be on his staff to help him through some of the early differences that he encounters.
It's a different sport now where you don't have to build for 3 or 4 years like maybe you used to get a program to where you want it to go, and you have the ability to overhaul your roster in one off season. What are realistic expectations for him in year one?
Well, the expectations around here, you better win at the very, very top, or else there's going to be some outrage by a lot of people. That's just the expectation for Carolina basketball as is. So the expectation for everyone around here is that they will be back in the tournament and they'll be able to make a deep run in the tournament. That's the only viable expectation for Carolina basketball. They want to get back to their tradition, their history. The most March Madness wins by a program belongs in North Carolina, and they want to keep building on that every single year, and there's really no excuse for it. So they won't make excuses for him. Hey, it's his first year, it's this, it's that. They need to be back in the tournament conversation every year and be able to make a deep run.
All right, good stuff. Noah Weiskopf, Tar Heel 24/7. The North Carolina Tar Heels, watching another team win a national championship, have decided we're going Mike Malone. They're going to shake it up a little bit and go the former Nugget coach as the next one to lead the Tar Heels. You can find Noah on social media. Good work, Noah. Thanks so much for hopping on with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, there we go. Noah Weiskopf, Tar Heel 24/7. Mike Malone's a hell of an interesting decision by them. I'm not saying it's going to be bad.
Who the hell knows? Yeah.
Swing,
he just won a Denver's title. Was that 4 years ago?
2021.
2021, 5 years ago. Yeah. So, I mean, that's, it's not like it's ancient history. This isn't a Doc Rivers national or an NBA title from over a decade ago. It's not that deep into the past. Like, take a swing, man. What the hell? See what can work. You got some money to spend. I've always maintained, I said this going into the tournaments, why I like seeing Hurley get to the national title game. Coaches are the story in college basketball. Patino, Calipari, Hurley, they are the story. Dusty May maybe goes on a dynasty run. We'll wait and see what Michigan can do. Having Mike Malone in college basketball is really cool. He's a fiery guy. He's passionate.
He's a bit of a red ass.
He's a red ass. Dude, I love red ass. Give me Tom Izzo. Give me Hurley. Give me those guys yelling at each other on the sideline. I think it's great for college basketball. Does he win? Who the hell knows? Your guess is as good as mine, but I think it's cool for the sport.
I find it very interesting. The expectations for Mike Malone, I think, are going to be there year one.
Yes. No matter who North Carolina hires, though, to that point,
no
if you don't make a deep run, you're going to get turf.
I also think it's abundantly clear. This is just my opinion. I think they thought they had Tommy Lloyd, and he bailed, and they were like,
where do we go?
Billy Donovan ain't leaving Chicago. Dusty May ain't leaving Michigan. If he does, it's going to be for Indiana if he ever does leave.
I didn't know he had been hanging out on campus because his daughter goes there. Hubert invites him into practice, stabs him in the back. Come on, man.
Speak of Doc Rivers, it's what happened in Milwaukee. All right, good stuff from Noah Weiskopf, Tar Heel 24/7. The Blazers blow an 18-point lead in Denver last night.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Let's talk about that. I got something interesting I want to talk about from the Blazer angle on one player. We'll get to that coming up next, but first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, indeed, the Blazers had a 17-point lead with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in Denver. Could not hold it. Tumani Kamara picked up a sixth foul with 2 minutes left in regulation. That helped Denver get it to overtime where they eventually won 137-132, despite Portland making a franchise-best 25 threes in the game. Nikola Jokic, a triple-double with 35 points, 14 boards, and 13 assists. Now Portland moves on to San Antonio. They'll take on the Spurs Wednesday, and they may not have Victor Wembanyama. He suffered a rib contusion in their win over the Sixers Monday night, didn't play in the second half. Portland a half game behind the Clippers for the 8th seed in the West. LA hosting the Mavericks tonight at 7:30. Michigan Wolverines just too much for UConn to deal with in Monday night's championship game in Indianapolis, winning their second NCAA title in program history. 69-63, the final. Elliot Cadeau named the most outstanding player, finishing with 19 points. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of primetime.
It's a Mail Sack Tuesday.
Mail sack.
So get your Mail Sack questions in at 503-864-6326. We'll get to that in the final hour of the radio program today. Our beloved Trailblazers blew an 18-point lead on the road against the Denver Nuggets yesterday. Had that going for us.
That they did. I find it funny that the NBA plays games on the night of the national championship.
They used to not.
Right, that's what I thought.
That was a sacred night long time ago.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I got back from Hawaii, discombobulated. Sunday night, I think I went to bed at 2 a.m. Sunday or Monday, whatever it would have been, Monday morning. Woke up, you're just like, you're trying to get back on schedule. I'm like I have so many things. We have no food. I got laundry to do. Like, you're just trying to get settled back into life. I didn't even know they were playing until my dad texted me. And he was like, hey, they can't miss a 3 tonight. And I looked up and they were like, started 8 for 8. They couldn't miss in the first
Tamani
quarter.
Couldn't miss.
And I'm like, oh, look at that. They're playing a game. So then I flipped it. I had no idea they were playing last night because I assumed it's the national championship and you're not going head-to-head against your
the
feeder
NFL
product.
has taught us nothing is sacred anymore.
The worst part of this was me having to have the Blazer game on my iPad, but not paying attention to about 67% of it. Maybe a little more than that if I'm being honest.
Because it's a national, I don't like college basketball, but it's a national championship game.
I also didn't think they'd beat Denver, and then they went up, and they couldn't stop missing, and I'm like, oh my God, they're going to win.
I live bet Denver. Whenever they have a lead against a good team, bet the other team. They've done this like 5 times in the last 2 months.
Well, Denver couldn't make threes in the first half.
They're coming off of an emotional win, too. They just beat San Antonio in a game winner and an iconic moment for the league. I know. And, of course they're coming out flat.
And then Gordon got hot in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And the Blazers finally started missing shots.
And
there you go.
just like, give me ball.
Well, okay, so Tamani Kamara is more the story, I think, of anything else for the Blazers side of this because he had 20 points in the first half. He was 8 of 13 from 3, 10 of 16 from the field. He had 30 points, 5 rebounds, and he was being pesky on defense as he always is.
4 charges or something.
Now, look.
He's had a couple of those this year where it just randomly like, oh, look at that, went for 30, couldn't miss.
He's on a heater.
He's on a heater.
From 3, and I know it's only a couple games in this month, he's 56%. Last month, the entire month, he's 37.5%.
That's a realistic number.
I think they put on the broadcast yesterday, they put one of those images up. It's either right after the game or during. I think he's shooting like 46% in the last all of March in the couple games. Like he is through the roof efficient from 3 right now. And I was listening to Haberstroh, and he was basically like, if he's going to shoot like this from 3, like high volumes, he's shooting 7.1 threes per game. Mm-hmm. If he's going to shoot 40%, you have to reevaluate what you think the ceiling of a player like that can be. Now, I don't think he's ever going to have a handle. Can he create some kind of post-up game at some point in his career, being what he is at 6'8"?
Right.
I don't know, but it's not just like stopping and planting himself in the corner. He's hitting these coming off of screens, handoffs. Like he's starting to get them in different ways. And so I think Tamani Kamara is the story. The other story is that he fouled out in this game, and it was the dumbest foul call I have seen in quite some time, his 6th foul. It was off of a free throw. He was in between 2 Nuggets, including Jokic. They kind of got a little tangled. The ball got tipped. Jokic then threw his arms up to complain, and the ref called the delayed call, and it was his 6th foul, and he fouled out with about 2 and some change.
Right.
And they ended up going to overtime because the Nuggets couldn't hit the game winner at the buzzer.
That was a great play by Rob Will to kind of stay in between because I thought Jokic was going to shoot it.
Made him hesitate.
He kind of wanted to go for the alley-oop, and then he didn't know what to do. When they got the ball to him in the paint, you're like, all right, this game's over.
Look, I know the Rob Will injury stuff is there. I won't be shocked if we re-sign him, and I know you're going to laugh because they drafted Young Hansen, but as you missed as you were out, Young Hansen's going to get a supermax to be here because Andrew Churng will never be an owner as long as Young Hansen is not on the team.
I love how we cheated to get him, too. I missed that story.
Well, you got to do what you do. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Of all the guys, what are we doing here?
2 years
it's
before
like when
we get drafted.
It's like when Lake Sheestrunk was a part of the Ducks cheating in college football recruiting. Like, he's a 5-star kid. What happened to that guy? Nothing. He didn't do anything.
Forgot about that player.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be a beast.
He was one that was alive. I know how you feel about Rob Will.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought he played really good defense when he was on Jokic. He doesn't fall for everything Jokic does. Like, Jokic is the pivot master. He's really good and really disciplined. I thought he was pretty good last night. Mm-hmm. Denny made 6 shots, ended up with 26 points. We have a foul merchant on our team. Can we just be honest
It
about
sucks,
it?
dude. It genuinely
Yes,
sucks.
it's a
Let's
little
be
bit of a
honest. It's
downer.
okay. We can take the rubber gloves off and the kitty gloves or whatever you want. Like it sucks.
I don't always enjoy watching him play, but he does don the jersey and he gets things done.
I mean, look, he can be a good part of a good team. Him being your number one option sucks because a lot of their offense in the fourth quarter was get out of the way. I'm bullying my way to the hoop, right-handed and right-handed only. And if you take away my first opportunity to lay the ball in, guess what I have left in my bag? Literally nothing. I'm not a great shooter. I don't have a good post game. Like that's my one thing. And if my one thing doesn't work, there's not a lot of pivot points for him. They couldn't make a shot in the last 6-7 minutes of that game, and so much of it was just Denny going downhill right-handed and missing. There were some ticky-tack fouls. Sure, the Kamara one was ridiculous. He got tossed on.
I didn't like that. I didn't
like it either. But you also ended up taking more free throws than they did because Denny's a foul merchant, and so I can complain about fouls one way when that's what our best player does every game. He just goes downhill. He gets to the free throw line, can't make a shot, and he goes for 25 points because he makes 15 free throws. I don't enjoy watching it most nights. Yeah. And last night that was just a brutal loss, especially considering where they're at. And if they won that game and stole it, their chances of the 8 seed were really strong. Now you got San Antonio. I know Wemby got banged up, so we'll see how that looks. I still don't know what your chances are to beat them without Wemby in the lineup. Like that was a massive game for them to blow a 19-point, 18, whatever it was in the second half. 18
They blew an 18-point lead. They got up by as many as 18. Another part of this that I'm curious about, and I may have missed, or maybe this is just the flow of the game, because I do have another Blazer adjacent segment I want to do coming up next. Is there any reason Donovan didn't seem to play a whole lot in the fourth quarter?
I didn't quite
He actually had
understand
his first good game in a couple games. He had a
They
couple
were
4 and
subbing him
4s.
and Rob Williams out. Well, I noticed he wasn't the primary defender on Jokic.
No.
They didn't put him on him. They wanted him to come over to try to block shots. Or
He's
be
too slow.
The secondary. Yeah, he can't guard him out on the perimeter.
Well, he struggles with anybody that's super high-level skilled or much more athletic. I'm just kind of curious why he didn't play much. He finished with 18 and 12, and I went and looked at his fouls. I was like, did I miss foul? He had 0 fouls.
Yeah, I got the.
Yeah, that was a little confusing to me too.
Rob, they want to rob because they tried to have him come help.
But
and
you got
then Gordon
by...
started hitting threes because that's who he was guarding, and he sloughed off or tried to double, and he was too slow to get back out. Yeah. So they put Rob in because he could try to guard Jokic one-on-one, at least move around to stay in front of him.
They had Tamani on Jokic for a while there, too, because until he got into foul trouble and fouled out. But
they put Thibault on him a little bit late in the game,
I guess my question there would be more like, I hear what you're saying. It makes sense, but also you got outscored by 14 points in the fourth quarter. Like, at some point, you need to shake up your lineup and can't just be like, well, this is the best lineup because we're quicker. Like, that didn't benefit you. So I just was a little confused by that.
I did enjoy getting to see Scoot Henderson play closing minutes instead of Sidi Sissoko. That was nice. Our third overall pick having a chance at, playing a little bit in crunch time in his third year in the NBA.
Weird vibe when he missed that 3 kind of at the end. It was one of their last.
It wasn't going to win anyways, but it's like desperation with 12 seconds to go.
I know, with him either.
It felt like 5-on-1. He's like,
they were down 5.
Shoot it.
Denny on the replay, you could see him. He just says, just go. And almost like either a give up or they let him shoot just to be like.
He hit a big one at the end of regulation, though. He hit a 3.
Yeah,
towards
cut
the end of
it to 3.
Cut it to 3.
He cut it to 3 to keep him around.
Look at Scoot making a shot.
He was 4 of 8 from 3 in the game. It's not like he was.
His percentage is actually going. If he doesn't go completely crater, his percentage.
I don't know why nobody.
The
bigger question was why nobody was running out or filling on a wing.
I mean, I think they just waved the white flag. You're down by, was there 10, 11 seconds left?
You were down 5 with like 14 seconds.
If he hits that 3, you're down 2.
It's down 2.
I mean,
now it's
Yeah.
A follow-up on their next game and some story that came out about our beloved Blazers. I'll give that to you coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Mitchell lines it in the left field for a hit. Tarang is being waved around. Anthony's throw is well offline. Here comes Yelich to the plate. Covering is the pitcher. Safe.
Yeah, how about that one? Garrett Mitchell with the go-ahead 2-run single against the old Red Sox. That's Jeff Levering, Brewers TV. Brewers beat the Red Sox 8-6. 2-8 start for the old Lucy Burge Red Sox this year.
You can put my team in here, too. Jesus, they're miserable.
Are they
going
to fire your guy?
I'm not going to act like it's his fault. How about we spend some money and stop getting Harrison Bader was your offseason addition? Really? The Dodgers won the World Series and signed Kyle Tucker like they're playing in a different sport. That was actually the feistiness last night was fun. Contreras got bean, and then he spiked a guy on second base. That was kind of fun back and forth.
Who's stinking it up? The Red Sox and their start to the season brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Now through the end of April at Three Mountains Home Services, install a tankless water heater, and they'll include a free water softener. Enjoy warmer showers with a free water softener. Call or visit threemountainshomservices.com and schedule your appointment today.
What's up?
We have a lot to get to in the third and fourth hour of the radio programs, including a mail sack, 503-864-6326. That's the fan text line. Good morning, everybody out there. Happy Tuesday, everybody. During Sprague back in full force.
It's a juicy sack. Early submission solid.
Good.
It's shaping up very nicely.
Good to know. Good to know. We got a Masters week. We'll eventually get to some of that stuff as the week continues to go on.
Oh, weather's going to be perfect all weekend, baby.
I know.
No issues at Augusta.
I had never heard the old line from what's his butt?
Gary McCord.
Gary McCord.
What's his butt?
The bikini wax line.
I don't know if I've heard that one either.
Oh, that's what got him banned from CBS's coverage.
I didn't know that
I didn't know who
story.
Gary McCord
1 year
was.
it was.
Oh, you don't remember Gary McCord?
Things were fast and firm. It was a hot week.
And he says like glass. Might as well use bikini wax.
Yeah.
And he said it as a guy was getting ready to putt.
And they booted him out.
And they booted him out.
CBS
And
can't call it anymore.
Off the coverage.
They're going to do that with Jason Day one of these days. Have you seen Jason Day's outfit? He's doing the stupid Malborn stuff again, which I just have to ask, does anybody wear Malbon? Malbon? My apologies. Have you ever seen anybody wear Malbon?
They got somebody else on tour wearing it,
You know
too.
somebody? Tell me you're not wearing Malbon gear playing golf.
I don't hate all of Malbon's gear. And I will tell you, my buddy that I told you brought
into
his
the ornithology collection.
My buddy that brought his daughter to our round and had to leave.
Yes,
and he's new into golf, like he's a super big diehard golf guy.
Big Malbon guy.
Every time I see him, I feel like he's wearing a jean biker vest, but it says Malbon on it.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
the Masters hates Jason Day. if they had the opportunity to say we can like unilaterally kick him out of the tournament, they would do it. But he's got exemptions and he's in. He's automatically qualified for it. Yeah. They can't stand him.
We can get into that a little bit because I had one of our listeners was like, I actually know. He knows one of the CEO or one of the people that runs Malbon. He offered him as a guest 2 years ago, and I was like, "Oh, I'm kind of interested."
I mean, they're ruffling feathers in the golf. It's not my cup of tea, but they certainly are great getting their word out there. I don't know if it's leading to people buying their products.
It's gonna be the new White Claw. You'll have it on you in a year or two. Actually, it's delightful, comfortable, and breathable. It's perfect for dads.
That's a good poll.
So Mark Stein's reporting to no shocking development. Tom Dundon is, according to a lot of sources around the league, and Mark Stein. He is shopping super hard at coaching options, and he's not saying that they won't hire Tiago Splitter. He's evaluating Tiago, and
you don't need to make a call right now. There's no need to.
But Tom Dundon is being heard talking to a lot of coaches right now, or at least evaluating the coaching market. I'm not going to try to guess what Blazer fan is thinking at large, but Tiago, the future. The shakeup with Dundon. I said before you got back, my biggest takeaway from his press conference, beside how bizarre it was to see a new ownership press conference, we've never seen that in our modern life.
No.
My biggest takeaway is they're making a massive trade this summer. This team is literally in the purgatory of the NBA.
They're exactly where you don't want to be.
You do not want to be in your spot.
You have future assets to play with.
You may lose your first-round pick just to get swept by the Thunder, and I don't know what experience that's going to do for you, but you may make the playoffs. You may not make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And if he makes a massive trade, to me, it's a sign that, and he said as much as press conference, this has not been acceptable for 4 years now. So I think they're obviously going to make a massive move. Coaching might be another part of that of what coach is going to be the coach that Tom Dundon and company end up bringing in.
Yeah, look, I missed that last week. Obviously, we talked about it the week that you were out before, knowing that it was on the horizon and how big of a week. That's a monumental week for Blazer fans. I don't know if it turns out great or bad. Who knows what the future has in store for us.
Yep.
But just a massive story that we have a new owner. And what a novel owners are allowed to do press conferences?
They are.
Are they allowed to answer questions?
They are.
And they're allowed to have a sense of urgency and want to win and kind of lay a groundwork for kind of pushing the thing forward.
In some markets, it's encouraged.
Is it? No, it can't be, though. I'm a little worried, though. I think he's going to move the team to Raleigh. I'm a little concerned about all that. Look, just refreshing. I watched the press conference from Hawaii one day when Teddy was taking a nap because I was just curious what he had to say. And I'm like, this is too big of a thing to miss even while I'm on vacation. And it was incredibly refreshing just to hear honest commentary from a guy about we need to up the standard here. We need to have higher expectations. Where we're at is not good enough. The last 4 years have not been good enough. And I agree with you 100%. I think there's going to be a massive move this offseason. The coaching angle of it is interesting to me. I don't know how you accurately gauge or judge the job that Tiago Splitter has done. Do I love every call that he's made or every out-of-bounds set or every rotation? Of course not. They've also been decimated by injuries this year, and it's not a roster that's going to compete at the highest level in the league. So what do you expect? And I had a funny back and forth with Meringue while you were on vacation because he was concerned about Dundon and does he have enough money? And well, if you want to go it was funny, the Michael Malone stuff made me think about it. If you want to shop in the Michael Malone market, Tom Dundon's probably not your owner. And I just chuckled and I thought the last coach we hired because he was buddies with the general manager and he had 1 year of assistant coaching experience.
We literally didn't interview candidates for
didn't
the
interview
general
anybody.
manager job.
We just gave the job to the guy that we promoted from within. We didn't even interview anybody. And Joe's made some good moves and some bad moves. I don't know what the future's going to hold for him. Mm-hmm. We didn't even interview anybody. And so it's just is a very refreshing thing for having somebody come in,
I know,
have a fresh set of eyes on it and say, let's look at all this, all right? How do we feel about Tiago? How does the rest of the year go? Okay, do we want to keep the staff together or do we want to shake it up? Does a trade depend on it? I also have always maintained and will always maintain 90% of winning in the NBA is roster construction and player acquisition. 10% is coaching. When the Warriors are banged up and they don't have Steph Curry healthy, how good of a coach is Steve Kerr?
They're not in the playoffs.
When they have Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, what are they doing?
Yeah.
They're winning champion. Like, that's the NBA. And
the
so
Joe Mazzulla take of, I don't care about coach of the year. This is players. This is stupid. Don't ask me about this.
Thank you, Joe Mazzulla. You're right. If I have a good team, I have a chance at winning. And so Joe Cronin is a much bigger story to me, and what they do in the offseason is a much bigger story to me. But it's nice just to have somebody come in and be willing to turn over every rock and say, how do we get better? Instead of somebody who's living out of town in a penthouse who has no idea what's going on in the day in and day out of the franchise.
Nor do they really, truly care because they know that people will still show up and spend money.
They're making money hand over fist.
And I think that was kind of an underrated, important point that I may not have said while you were gone. Him basically saying at the press conference, along with obviously Andrew Churng, which if you didn't catch him, he was hilarious. He barely talked. And
he was great.
This is clearly just about making money for him, nothing else.
But and put some orange chicken in the Moda Center, damn it.
Dundon was like, this is a business to me. And so he cares about a lot of the other stuff, probably too much. But part of running a successful business as somebody who doesn't have the most money as an owner and making money. How do you make money? You win.
You win. People will come.
So, like, in a weird way, him not being as rich, I don't have concerns. Like, if he couldn't afford to pay a contract, the NBA wouldn't have said yes to him being the owner.
That's not the case in Carolina with the NHL team. He pays for the team. He cuts costs in other areas of owning the team.
And he will do that here as well.
Without a doubt.
But to make the most money as an owner, you have to be good and want people to come to your product if you're going to up ticket prices and whatnot.
Right.
And so obviously he's going to care a great deal and be invested emotionally and financially in making the team good. This idea that, like, you got to be the richest owner. Like, I want a Ballmer, and okay, there's only one that can afford to just outright pay for their own stadium.
What is a $4 billion stadium?
Exactly. Do you know who one of the more cash poor owners in the league is?
Clay Bennett.
Clay Bennett.
What's he doing with all of his Supermax guys? Did they all get extensions?
They all got extensions.
Oh, look at that, because they're winning and they're making money.
So, and yeah, he may sell. He may top out of this and say, oh, I can make a few $1 billion and not have to keep running. Yeah, maybe that's going to happen to him. It's been running just fine.
Yeah.
You hire the right people. You don't have to be the richest dude. Yeah, you're going to skimp from time to time on some guys. You may not like that they bypass the mid-level for this guy and he goes to a different place. That's absolutely going to happen. He's going to make mistakes. This idea that, like, oh, he's not as rich, I want a richer owner, or oh, he's not from here, I'm worried he's going to, like, all of that stuff is just
there was a lot of Portland
deep-seated fear stuff coming out of us instead of just saying
the small market mindset of
such
everybody's scared
mindset.
And shaking in their boots of I'm glad we have somebody new in town who's going to shake things up a little bit because we need it, man. This thing's been stale for a long time.
I'm excited to see what's going to happen, but the report from Mark Stein is evaluating the coaching landscape as we speak. It may end up being Tiago, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah.
Loaded third hour and the mail sack in the fourth hour. Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan.
Running it.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club. Good or bad weather, the golf course always the driest around. Download the Langdon Farms app today and get all the latest news and specials. First on the Fan. Blazers had a 17-point lead with 9 minutes to go in regulation at Denver and could not close it out. Fouls racked up in the fourth quarter. Tumani fouled out with 2 minutes to go. Nuggets able to get it to overtime and eventually win 137-132. Nikola Jokic, 35 points, 14 boards, 13 assists. Now the Blazers move on to face San Antonio Wednesday. They will likely not have Victor Wembanyama. He suffered a rib contusion in their win over the 76ers Monday night, didn't play in the second half. Portland a half game behind the Clippers in the race for the 8th seed in the West. LA hosting the Dallas Mavericks tonight at 7:30. Michigan Wolverines are your NCAA men's basketball champions. Their second title in program history, beating UConn 69-63. Elliot Cadeau named most outstanding player, finishing with 19 points. In the North Carolina Tar Heels expected to announce the hiring of Mike Malone as their next head men's basketball coach. Malone led the Denver Nuggets for 12 seasons, had 510 victories, and won the NBA title in 2023. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
Welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. The band back together. It's been a while for us. Since the Friday show at A&A that we started a little bit late that morning.
Feels like a long time ago.
Does it not?
Yeah,
like
it does.
Simultaneously like yesterday, but also 6 months ago. It's
Yes.
weird.
Yeah, I know.
That's just kind of the way life's rolling right now. But we got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Mail sack coming up, final hour. Get your mail sack questions in, 503-864-6326. I do have a little bit of meat left on the Blazer bone, and I want to ask a question, and I want to see if I'm alone here.
Okay.
Or if other people are in my community. Now, we are in the trust tree on this show. This is going to get clipped, and people are going to take this out of context. Blazer Reddit already hates me, so whatever. I got nothing to lose. I'm watching the game last night. They blow the lead, the 18-point lead. And you're like, oh, look at that. They're going to beat Denver. That's a nice little win. No, they're not. Okay. And I actually live bet the Nuggets because the Blazers have done this a bunch against good teams where they've had double-digit leads in the second half and let it slip away. It's happened to them a handful of times here in the second half of the year. Is anybody else in the camp of, like, they just wish they could fast forward through the rest of this season?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't care about this team anymore.
Oh, because they might be in the playoffs.
That's awesome. How many games are they going to play in the playoffs?
Probably 4.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I just, like, it's been a really weird, like, seeing the Dundon stuff happen last week and the takeover and the press conference. I'm legitimately excited for the first time as a Blazer
ready
fan.
For the
like,
next era, aren't
I'm just ready to move on. This team's going nowhere.
But how much are they?
I don't want to pretend to be excited about playing game. I don't care about
I don't
playing
think people
game.
actually are excited about
I don't
playing
care
games.
about being the 8th seed in the playoffs. Like and this isn't like the notion of it, the season is a failure, because I said it would be a failure to not make the plan at the start of the year, which I stand by. Look how bad the bottom of the West is.
Yeah.
I'm not calling the year a failure. I understand the injuries. I get all of that. I just like this. They're not going anywhere as constructed. We know they're not going anywhere as constructed. I finally have hope at the top of the ladder that there's going to be some directions pointed downward of a sense of urgency, and we're going to do some stuff. And
actual accountability,
right? Like there's been this fear that I've had of like how many years in a row has it just been kick the can down the road? It's the same team next year.
Yep.
Kick the can down the road. It's the same team the year after that. I don't have that fear anymore. And I'm ready to start that, and I'm tired of pretending to care about the short term nature of. Will they get the 9 seed? Oh, no, now we don't get to host the play-in game.
Well, I'm in a lot of different kind of positions here. One, I think your overall point I agree with. I'm excited for the offseason. I think they're going to make a big move. I think him coming in, I brought this up yesterday. We have the Fire starting their season. I have no idea how they're going to handle renovations, because Dundon says he wants to start renovations this summer.
He wants to start in the offseason.
But they have a season happening in the Moda Center during it. So
my guess is they would have to go play at the VMC, wouldn't they?
They will not. Swag made a good point. It's probably going to be in the 300 level because they'll tarp most of it off for the non-Caitlin Clark games.
How are you going to do the non-300 level renovations then?
Well, it's going to be a summer renovation thing. I don't know how it works, and maybe they one summer will play in the VMC. I don't know about that. So
I'll just tell you, as somebody who's been in the VMC, it's beautiful inside now.
It's just the attendance drop, but that's about how many people would fill up your arena if you took off 300 anyway.
Right.
I'm excited for a lot of what he is bringing, even if I know he's going to make mistakes here. On your point about this team, I'm excited about elements of it. What does 4 games give you? I don't think it gives you anything. I can't in good conscience hold it against them as an organization in their current regime of saying, you haven't made the playoffs in 4 straight years. We have a higher standard here. But then when you do make it, I'm like, well, who cares? You know what I mean? I can't be a complete hypocrite that way. What I would say is I can commend them for taking at least this step and being more interesting than they have been. And my expectation for them was the play-in. I had them at 41-41. We'll see if that happens. I also think if you were to really hold my feet to the fire, would I rather them be in a 4-game series against the Thunder?
Or have a 2% chance of the number 1 pick?
While also, if they don't hit that and they fall where they're supposed to be able to get a Yaxel Lindeborg or a Morez Johnson Jr., I'm probably going to have to go with the latter there.
Right.
Because I just think that's a better element for their team building long-term, whereas Dame will be here, Drew will be here, Tamani will be here, Denny will be here, Donovan will be here, Young Hansen might be here the longest of all the players, and then everything else outside of that is kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
Shaden, I think, up in the air. Scoot
up in the air.
Right. Like Jeremy, I would assume if they make a massive swing, they're going to put Jeremy in that deal. This is not a long-term love affair here. He has not wanted to be here for over a year, and they've been trying to trade him, and nobody wants that garbage contract. So, like, you have some elements of this team that's going to be here still, and I'm not mad about that, but I hear what you're saying about looking forward to what are the moves or the move they're going to make to try to change us to be playing team 2. Can we be Houston next year?
Right. How do you take an actual jump to be a... Yes. You're not going to win a title in 2 years. I'm not asking you to do that.
Can we be a 5-6 seed next year?
Have some actual juice and some hope more so than we made the playoffs for 4 days and now the season is over.
Yes, that's all I'm after for next year. And then you just hope that it continues to build up more and more going through the
Well, and look, I get people are going to agree and disagree with it. Like somebody said, funny how the yardstick keeps moving for dirt. He wanted to play and now he doesn't care. I don't know if I ever said I wanted to play.
But I think those are 2 different things.
Well, sure.
I think you can say that you hope that they rise to the level of play-in while knowing they have a new owner and you're waiting for the other side of that, which is the roster reconstruction.
And I also would say, like, I don't know if I've ever, I don't think the words have ever come out of my mouth that I want the play-in. The play-in's stupid. It shouldn't exist anyways. It's dumb that the NBA's just have 8 teams make the playoffs and everybody goes to the lottery. I don't get it.
Sure.
But the idea of being in the play-in, the only thing that I've said about it this year is it would have been a disaster if they were not in the play-in. The bottom of the West was going to be really bad. We knew the bottom of the West was going to be really bad.
It's historically
You
bad.
have not made the playoffs in how many years now? Yeah. Like, if you weren't good enough to climb into the play-in, it would have been an unmitigated disaster.
No doubt about that.
That was the takeaway going into the season. It wasn't this push of, like, you better get the play-in to satisfy me as a fan. Mm-hmm. It was just of, like, if you're in year 5 of a rebuild and you're not good enough to be one of the 10 best teams in the Western Conference, we got a lot of questions to answer. I also think there's a difference between playing scenarios, right? Like if this team, here's an alternate universe for you. Scoot and Shaden are your starting backcourt. Mm-hmm. Donovan Klingen's your starting center. Some of this is true throughout times of the year. I get it. But they're driving forces of your team. And you have these young guys who are carrying you to this moment. And they're kind of, all right, we're building. Look at this young roster kind of taking that next step. There would be a genuine excitement for me about, all right, let's see how this young group that we're clearly building around does in the play-in and handles the experience because it will pay dividends, a la Detroit and getting a Cade Cunningham in the playoffs for the first time of like, hey, this is cool. Nice that he's getting there. We're building the team around him. It's been different. Like, you're built around a bunch of aging veterans.
Well, Denny's 25, 26 years old.
I know, Denny's not. But Drew Holiday is a massive player on your roster.
Yep.
He's been, the second most important player for you all year? He's 37 years old, 35, whatever. Jeremy Grant's been one of your most important players this year. Robert Williams has been one of the most important. Like, these are you're being carried by vets to a play-in. and I don't know how many of them are actually a part of the long-term plan. And so that's where the hang-up is for me. Not only just the ownership changing and actually having actual hope for the first time in a long time, it's also the idea, like, it's one thing for a young team to get there and be on the rise. Hey, we made it to the play-in. That's exciting. It's another to have a team that's led by 60% veterans and not that much young influence outside of Klingon. And Denny's 25, so I'm not going to say he's old.
Well, I would say
they're different apples and oranges comparisons.
Also, by the way, coming to a court near you next year, 37-year-old Damian Lillard.
Yes.
I mean, like, that's going to be one of their big off-season things to talk about for next year as well. As we know, Dame's probably going to be at the forefront if they don't get Giannis.
Is he going to play, by the way, this year?
There's some random people wondering if they make the playoffs, does he come back? I tend
Didn't
to
they
believe,
list him as questionable the other night, or did I misread that?
If they did, I missed it as well. I just tend to believe he won't, but maybe I'll be wrong on that. I think what you're saying has some truth, but also I just think it's a little, you need to just change maybe a little bit of the mental math with it. What I would say on that is, so like you mentioned being led by this guy, that guy, and the other guy. Well, it's just not the guys you listed. It's 25 or 26. I can't remember how old Denny is, but it's Denny Avdia, right?
Part of the problem is
you're not a big Denny guy. I get it.
I don't enjoy watching him play basketball.
That's fine, but it's Denny, right?
He is 25 years old.
25. It's 25-year-old Tamani Kamara.
Mm-hmm.
It's 21.
Klingon's having a great year. I get it.
And Shaden is in there, but he hasn't played in so long. Like, I think it's there. It's just not there the way we thought it would be.
Is Shaden a part of your long-term future?
Oh, I think if you told me they traded him this summer, I'm not going to blink twice at that.
That's the difference for me. Is Scoot a part of your long-term future?
I tend to believe no.
Okay.
Tend to believe
that's
no.
the difficulty I have. And
I don't know that. I'm not in that room. I don't make those decisions. I just tend to look at the way it's been handled on their side, and I look at the way he's played, and I see some good. I also see some bad. I see some not going to be a guy who leads you at the point. He'll be the point who has to play the 2 or the 3 because Denny has the ball or Dame has the ball or Drew has the ball. And I tend to think if I was him, I'd talk to my team this summer and be like, is this my spot, or should I try to see if I can get a restart somewhere?
Am I still coming off the bench behind Drew and Damian Lillard next year? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, so no, I personally just view it as a fan and tend not to believe that that's for the long term. So I hear what you're saying. I just think it's been altered with the names that are being the ones leading us, and they're just like a couple years
totally
older
fair.
than you thought they would be.
Totally fair.
But it is still largely those guys. It's it's Denny, it's Donovan, and right now it's Drew. And next year it's going to be Dame for a couple years. But I think they're going to make a trade. And you make a trade. If you go get a Giannis, as an example, because we're all kind of assuming that's who Dundon was talking about.
Yeah, they had a deal at the trade deadline, but they didn't do it.
And the relationship with Milwaukee and Giannis right now might be to the point where Milwaukee does to Giannis what we did to Dame of like, we're not sending you where you want to go. We're taking the best trade.
That read to me, too, by the way, that they had the deal in place and Tom couldn't make the calls yet because he wasn't the owner of the team. And Jody's like, why am I making this big?
I have a hard time with that thought. I said that, too. I was like, that sounds like he had a trade, and for some reason we just said no to it, to which I would wonder two things.
Bert Cold said no.
But there'd be no point. Dundon was going to take over 2 months from that point. I think he told them about the framework of a trade and not like, yay or nay. And Dundon said, I would do it, but I'm not the owner. And then Joe went, nay, wait 2 months. Like,
Bert Cold was on the other line.
I think they have
sitting in the chair in the corner. No!
I think they have framework, and I think they'll revisit in the summer, and we'll have to kind of wait and see. But if they do go that route, yeah, man, it's going to be the same thing with a elevated, bigger name that will make us more relevant, more talked about, more watched, more cared about.
Right.
And you talk about, man, there's right now a lot of talk about the city, right? The mayor is asking other counties now to pour in more millions of dollars for the homeless shelter beds and all that. And so this city's in a weird spot where I think there's some really good parts about this city, but a lot of negatives. The city would be genuinely buzzing.
We need something like this.
If you made a Giannis trade.
We need something.
And that's what Dundon's always gotten at. Is like, I want the money. We don't get the money in the city. You give me the money, we're going to be relevant. When people have a sports team like the Blazers, they care more. It becomes more of a destination, more of a hangout.
Right.
So there's a whole big thing tied into it. But it'd be a big move. They'd just be going more the veteran route than they would, to your point, leaning in with the youth.
Well, look, I get that some people will have the takeaway of that segment be that I'm being too negative on this team, and here's negative Blazer dirt. And I get that. I have that stereotype out there, and Blazer Reddit doesn't like me. I would ask you to view it on the other side, and that is, I'm legitimately optimistic for the first time in I don't know how many years as a Blazer fan. I had zero hope that Jody Allen was ever going to do anything that mattered or meant anything. The second that they lost in the first round of the playoffs after the historic postseason that Damian Lillard had, and C.J. McCollum stepped out of bounds, and that offseason they decided to fire the head coach, keep the general manager, keep the roster fully intact with 3 guards starting in your starting lineup, and then let the general manager hire a head coach who had coached 1 year of assistant for the Clippers, who was his best buddy, who had some weird allegations about him in his past. Like, the second that happened, any hope that I had that anything would ever happen with Jody Allen was dead and gone. And so you can view this as here goes negative dirt. I'm viewing it I'm genuinely excited about an offseason and optimistic about an offseason for the first time in a long time as a Blazer fan. And part of my wanting to fast forward is one, just like vets getting you to a play and does nothing for me, but also I'm eager to see what is on the horizon for this franchise. And I'm just excited to get there because we all know whether you want this season to go on or you want them to make the playoff or you're rooting for this or that in the play-in, you're not doing anything in the playoffs. If you win the play-in, you will get swept or win 1 game and lose in 5. There's no chance you're beating Oklahoma City in the first round.
No.
Your season will end. You will lose your first-round pick. Part of that is good because you get the stupid Chicago thing off your back finally that's been hanging over you.
But it's a good draft. That could be a good player.
I agree with you. I would root for them to lose the play-in to give me a 2%. I'd rather have 2% chance to be great and get a top whatever pick or whoever you might land with the 12th or 13th or 14th pick. Yeah. I'd rather roll my dice with that than get swept by Oklahoma City in the first round. So that might be your cup of tea as a fan. I'm genuinely excited about the changing of the guard here, and I can't wait to get this thing into full swing because until we get to the offseason, there's nothing that they can do and no decisions or moves that they can make. So get me there, baby.
I'm with you. I think you can make the play and say, hey, good job, way to take the step and not be one of the truly bottom barrel teams of all time in NBA history. This tanking has been egregious.
Oh, it's been real bad.
But also, if you were to really press me, I'd rather have the late round lottery pick and get a piece and say, hey, we went to play in and then see
or another part trades. Of a big trade this offseason. The 12th overall pick could be a part of a big package this offseason.
There's no doubt about that. I think I just lean as a fan. I'd rather do that than ultimately get swept in the playoffs.
We know how that's going to go.
Their game tomorrow is interesting. I know you're going to move on from it. Wemby left yesterday. He played 16 minutes.
Back injury or hip injury? Rib injury. Okay.
Got hit by PG. He cannot miss any more games to be eligible for all of the award stuff. He has 62, but you also have to play 20 minutes or more.
Right, you can't just be in the lineup and then take it out.
He played 16 last night. Oh. So if he plays against Portland tomorrow, he has to play a minimum of 20 minutes unless he does some weird exemption thing that Luke is trying.
Right.
He's at the threshold. They have 3 games left. I believe I read he's at 62. He has to play in all these games.
He has to get in there.
It's kind of a weird spot.
I'm going to
their
follow
eligibility thing is killing them.
I'm going to ask about that because there was one that came out while you were on vacation. I saw the Luka one while I was gone. Now we have it with Wemby. Well, I'm going to read a couple thoughts on this. We'll talk about that problem that the league has created, an unintended consequence of their own restrictions of guys who wanted to load manage. Oops, that's kind of backfiring right now. Some thoughts on that, and read some of your comments next on The Fan. All right, a couple of quick thoughts from listeners. 503-864-6326. Get your mail sack questions in, by the way. Hopefully the few of you left who don't hate me. But, you know, I got to speak my truth. I was watching the game last night. I'm like,
I do think you
I'm probably too aggressive in the verbiage that I use.
No, you thinking like how much you're hated on a Reddit page. Like, yeah, there's always going to be people that disagree with all of our takes on Blazers stuff.
Sure.
But I also think there's a decent portion. I've seen it. The attendance has dropped.
Yeah. Yes.
I've been noting. I noted this while you were out. Like, just the amount of fans this year that I'll randomly meet somewhere or people that are in my neighborhood or whatever. Like, even my brother-in-law, dude, anybody that wears a Blazer jersey should have their jersey retired, according to him. All those people, it's trailed off, dude. Yeah. Like, there's a game tonight. Yeah, I'm not watching.
Last week of the regular season.
I had a guy, I said this last Tuesday. I have a neighbor I see once in a while on a walk. He saw me in the driveway and goes, "Any update on Jeremy?" And I went, I got hurt. I haven't seen an update.
What is the update on Jeremy, by the way? I missed that while I was out.
Calf strain, but he's probably going to be out for the rest of the year.
He's not playing again.
Because they're going to trade him. He can't have an
Achilles
injury.
He's in his mid-30s. You can't have him pop that thing.
Exactly. And I go, did you watch the game? Oh, no. It's like, people aren't, I think there are more people out there that see what you're saying, that it's...
There are dozens of us! Dozens of us!
I think there's more than dozens of you at this point. And I that's why I'm excited. I'm choosing to be optimistic and excited and not be like, well, you might move the team. Or you might get rid of this guy. Like, yeah, and
who cares?
Who cares? Everything we've highlighted about
Stop
him,
being a small market. God.
They already did. They fired the coach. They kept a garbage general manager. I did a segment on don't get rid of the radio because it's iconic in this city. It would mean a great deal to me. We know the guy that does radio. But guess what? What ownership group came in and fired the longtime and lovable TV people?
Right.
The Vulcans.
Yeah.
Barrett Rice.
They were gone.
See you later.
I mean, Dundon did that in Carolina, and fans hated him. He fired their TV play-by-play guy because he was expensive. He's now in Seattle. He's one of the biggest voices in hockey, the national voice for TNT.
Yeah.
Massive, and fans despised him when he did that. Guess what he's done every year there? Won. Guess who's got the best team in the Eastern Conference right now? Tom Dundon does.
Yes.
Do the fans care about that anymore? Like, again, I don't want to ever see anybody lose their job. I'm not rooting for that to happen. The ultimate thing that matters here is winning. This is not can we stop strumming a guitar and singing Kumbaya and have some expectations and want some standards?
We're West Coast people, man.
Can we just stop for once, for the love of God? All right, couple quick thoughts, and then I want to get to the NBA problem that you pointed out. Let me see here. Somebody said they completely agree on the Scoot Drew thing. If Drew is here over Scoot next year, I'm going to be so pissed.
That's absolutely going to happen.
Yes, it is. After watching this year's college tournament, I think basketball in the NBA is in a safe place when it comes to tanking. The talent coming out of college seems to be too strong, so you'll be able to get picks even in the second round. People, by the way, noting the Dame thing, thank you for that, was an April Fool's joke I saw when I was in Hawaii. Somebody had posted he was questionable for night. I'm like, what? He might play tonight? Am I actually seeing this right now?
I did hear a national podcast say out loud, do you think he would come back if they made the playoffs? And then somebody's like, I hadn't considered that, but no, I think he's out for the full season.
Right. Another one. I'm right there with you, Dirt. There's no juice. I'm fine tearing everything down and restarting for Dundon era, but basketball as a whole has lost its luster, but I'm right there with you on that take. I'm right there with Dirt. Want to see the offseason, what happens in the offseason. Not excited to see the Blazers get to the playoffs and lose their first-round pick.
I also don't want them to lose their pick this year.
That's another part of it for me, man.
Kick that can down the road next year and, then make the playoff leap if you make a trade. I just think it is reportedly one of the deeper drafts, not just in the top 3, overall. Yaxel Lindeborg, who was phenomenal this year, he in this mock draft, it's just one of the mock drafts, he's 12th.
Yeah.
We're right in that spot.
Is he going to get the Bowen Penix thing? Because isn't he an older guy?
He is, but he picked up basketball late in his life.
Okay, I didn't know there was a backstory there. Because watching him, I'm like, where the hell did this guy come from?
UAB.
He's bigger than everybody on the floor. He looks like a man amongst boys out there.
I don't think that's becoming as big a thing. I'm not saying that the top 3 picks won't be true freshmen, because they will be.
Yes.
I think what we're seeing in both football and basketball, weirdly, I think people are going to start not caring as much that the guy's 23 versus 20.
Our last first-round pick can't play a minute in the NBA.
Well, he's playing a little more than a minute.
2.7 per game.
So let's
there you go.
In 41 games.
Maybe a guy who's a little seasoned and has played a lot of big games.
I'm not mad at it.
Maybe he's ready to play right away is the guy that we want to draft in the first round.
Morris Johnson was pretty good too, and he's feisty. He's athletic. I like him. I like how he stands behind people and just stares at the camera. I'm selfish.
Yeah.
Make the play in. I will commend you for that. That was all my expectation was.
Yes. I'm not calling it a failure.
But keep the first pick. Yeah. I really want them to have the first round pick this year.
Can we tank those games? Is that possible? Speaking of which, how does the NBA fix their games played problem?
Well,
this is an issue.
We're already against it. But
yeah, we can get to it next if you want.
I have a pretty simple solution because I know why they implemented it. I think people commended them for it, but I think we need to reevaluate and change it this offseason.
This is kind of like when you were out, we were talking about the lottery stuff that they were proposing and that they're going to decipher how do we want the lottery to look. There's going to be an unintended consequence of it. There will be an offshoot of it that's like, oh, we didn't see that problem because this is happening right now. Should they lift the restrictions, and are you okay waiving the certain number for players depending on the reason they didn't reach the games played limit? We'll talk about that coming up next. First, your Swag with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers' chances to grab the 8th seed in the West took a hit Monday night in Denver. Portland blew a 17-point fourth quarter lead. Nikola Jokic, a triple-double for the Nuggets, 35 points, 14 boards, 13 assists. Denver gets the overtime win, 137-132. Portland a half game behind the Clippers now for the 8th spot. LA hosts the Mavericks at 7:30. Portland will move on to San Antonio, take on the Spurs on Wednesday. There's a good chance Victor Wembanyama will sit that one out. He suffered a rib contusion in their win over the Sixers Monday night, didn't play in the second half. Michigan Wolverines, just too much for UConn to deal with Monday night in the NCAA title game from Indianapolis. They win their second men's basketball title in program history, 69-63 the final. Elliot Cadeau named the most outstanding player, finishing with 19 points. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the first.
All right, how many panic buttons are getting mashed? We'll get to that coming up in a moment. Mail Sack Final Hour, storylines from Augusta. Hello, friends. It is Masters Week. I got some of that in the notes still to come on the show. Mail Sack questions, welcome, 503-864-6326. There was the story came out, I think the first example of this, and maybe there was another one that you can point to that I'm forgetting. But I saw this, and I thought it was a legitimate argument. Cade Cunningham was having a phenomenal year for Detroit. Phenomenal. Now, if they locked up the one seed in the East, is that done?
They have.
Okay, so that's all done. The one seed in the Eastern Conference.
Played pretty well without him, actually.
They're hanging on, right? How long is he? Is he going to be back for playoffs?
They're going to reevaluate.
Okay,
Yeah,
they're hoping. Fingers crossed he can be back.
You can probably get through the first round okay without him.
I would hope
the
so.
second and the conference finals, you're going to need Cade Cunningham.
Like a collapsed lung. Like that's a serious thing he's trying to come over, right? Or overcome. And his agent made the argument, like, this is ridiculous that he's not eligible for end-of-season awards. Like, he's played. He's not been load managing. It's not like he's out of the lineup every other night or he's not playing on back-to-backs. Like, he's worked his ass off. And then he collapsed his lung, and he's going to miss a chunk of games at the end of the year. And because he missed a couple because of, bumps and bruises earlier in the season, he won't hit the games played threshold for end-of-season awards and All-NBA. And he would have been a first-team, second-team All-NBA guy. He would have been up for all sorts of awards. Like, that means a lot financially. It means a lot for these players in terms of making sure they're respected for the years that they've had. And now we've had multiple examples follow. Luka Doncic gets banged up. He's going overseas for treatment to try and be back and ready for playoff time, but he won't hit the games played allotment. And then you pointed to the Blazers' opponent tomorrow night is Victor Wembanyama, who has a rib injury now, who has to play in the last 3 games of the season just to get there. And he's a guy who's missed some time here or there, and he's been a little injury-prone at moments in his career, but not anything massive this year. But he's 3 games away, and so you now have this conundrum on your hands where you're talking about Luka Doncic. Like, I can feel however I want to feel about him. He is one of the best offensive players we've ever seen in the history of basketball. He deserves awards and accolades for that. Victor Wembanyama is an absolute unicorn and one of a kind in the history of the NBA. And Cade Cunningham has done something in Detroit. Detroit's been irrelevant since I was 10 years old, essentially, 15 years old. It's been forever since they've done anything, and he's carried them out of the cellar to the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. And to have an NBA year where they're not honored properly at the end of it because of this arbitrary restriction and not allowing any sort of panel or debate or conversation about should this example be the same as this example, seems like the NBA's got a bit of a problem on their hands.
There's no doubt about it. I'll go through a list here, but an update on the Wemby thing.
Yeah.
So I had forgotten until I read this article. They count cup games even though they're not regular season games.
Okay.
So he only needs to play one of their final 3 for 20 minutes or more to be
he's
eligible.
not playing tomorrow, then likely.
I don't think he's going to play for Portland.
And then maybe the last game of the season or whatever.
They play Dallas, I think, after the Blazers, so I wouldn't be shocked if Wemby is out tomorrow to rest it. We'll see if the Blazers can win that game. Yeah. This is the list of players who we have to track to be eligible.
In the final couple of games of the season.
Jokic.
Yep.
Wemby. Kawhi Leonard. Jalen Duren. Cooper Flag, slim chance to make All-NBA. You don't need the eligibility thing for Rookie of the Year.
Okay, there's not a limit on that. Okay.
Denny Avdia is on this list.
Yeah.
Evan Mobley, Draymond Green, Lou Dort, Asort Thompson. Those are all for Defensive Player of the Year. And ineligible, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards, Devin Booker, LeBron, Steph, and then the so on and so forth. So you can go out, Zion's on this list, whatever. I just think this is... I understood why they implemented this.
Yes.
They were getting tired of the load management stuff, the reputation that players weren't playing, and so let's make a minimum requirement. I remember when they made it, I'm pretty sure the record would state that I was in support of it. That being said, you have to be able to change your mind with the information you get as it goes along. You need to change this, and you need to change it this offseason. This needs to be 55 to 57 games. And I know that's a pretty big change. But you cannot have seasons where guys like Nikola Jokic, who may be an MVP, are not eligible for whatever the reason. If you even want to drop it to 60.
Can you be eligible for MVP under the threshold?
No.
So you can't even vote for him for MVP?
The only thing you can win...
Why is Rookie of the Year different?
I don't know. Or if you make a NBA Cup run, those games will count
and can get you over the hump.
So unless you do those two things, be a rookie or make the NBA Cup final, you have 65 games. If you don't, see you later. You can't make All-NBA. You can't win Defensive Player of the Year. You can't win MVP.
Right.
You're not even on the ballot. And so whether that's 60 games, 57 games, they need to make a change, and they need to make a change now because these aren't guys just going, it's Saturday night primetime game. I'm not going to play. Greg Popovich told me not to.
Right.
These are legitimate. I had to leave the game yesterday.
Somebody pointed out, ironically, Cade Cunningham is why players load manage.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, he pushed through it and collapses long, and now he's out.
Yeah. No, I think, you can reduce it. You can up the minutes played maybe to 24 minutes, average 24 minutes a game, so that...
Why?
I just don't
understand. Why
understand.
do we need to change the minutes?
Why can't we just have some sort of panel that is willing to have an arbitrator?
Well, it is. Isn't it the Basketball Writers Association that's
I'm just saying, allow to challenge. Hey, if I'm Luka Doncic, or I'm Cade Cunningham, I played 62 games this year.
Challenging. He'll be one game short.
Right, and just I'm going to file for a grievance, and we can all look at it and say, okay, you didn't. All right, that's fair.
And Luka might get it actually,
and they should. If the Cade Cunningham should get it too.
Well, either that or they have to then not have the Supermax tied to those awards.
Well,
that's the biggest.
That's such a huge part of your CBA right now, though, to protect teams.
Voters have actually been arguing that because they hate being the ones that dictate who gets bonuses and doesn't.
Who cost guys money because
you're trying to be honest about who you think top 3 All-NBA guys are, right? But
it's not an easy thing to do.
You also know that if you don't vote for this guy and you vote for that guy's going to get the money. The other guy's not going to get the money.
Right.
Right. I don't care about the minutes part of it. I just think they need to change this and cut the games down because none of these guys, including Kawhi, these aren't. I'm just opting to not play. Take that, fans.
Yeah.
Suck it, paying for your... These are just like
That's
they've
different.
had bad luck with injuries. So I hope they change it because it's not good that the certain guys that are on the list are not even going to be eligible. So I really don't like it. I think it's kind of ruined... some part of the regular season that I'm not going to see Cade Cunningham recognized for the season he had in Detroit,
dude. He led Detroit to the #1 seed in the Eastern Conference.
Jalen Duren should be an All-NBA guy. He's probably not going to make it.
Who had that preseason? Yeah. A couple of differing thoughts coming in. Somebody, one of our P1s, Bob said, I can't remember which coach said it, but I think they made a good point. With the 65-game limit, they have to take some of the things. Oh, I just got another one that got bumped out. Take some of the things off the board because if some of the main guys aren't eligible for it, they let a lower tier person on that all-pro team. It now makes them eligible for a Supermax contract, and that's what I don't think is okay. And another one is, I'm fine with it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. No way for 55 games. That would be a disaster. If you're going to get it with 60 games, you're going to have the same issues with 55. And another one, who's eligible for all the awards? SGA, baby, back-to-back MVPs. He is inevitable. He will probably win back-to-back MVPs. But I think your point on the voter, all of this is just kind of a weird spot for the NBA to be in, where the playoffs are going to be really fun and exciting as long as guys are healthy. Like Luka being out in the West sucks. Like not having him in that storyline if he's not able to get back in time and play.
Him and Reeves are out.
Right? I mean, that's just brutal,
gone.
right? And that's a top 4 seed in the Western Conference that you're all of a sudden like, some of those matchups are really juicy, and now you're like,
Lakers are going to be an out.
Right,
quick.
you're out immediately. I mean, they were last year with him, so maybe it would have been the case this year with him too, but I would much rather watch the playoffs with him playing Cade Cunningham in the Eastern Conference. So That genuinely sucks if you take some of that stuff off the board and you lose some of that luster come postseason time because it will begin next week. When are the play-in games for the league? Next, Monday, Tuesday?
Next Tuesday. So
Okay.
Sunday is the last game of
Sunday's
the regular
the end,
season.
yes.
So Tuesday will be the 7-8 games. The winner of that gets the 7th seed. Wednesday is the 9-10 games. Loser out.
Okay.
And then Friday is
because we couldn't do Thursday.
the last game. Well, they got to travel.
Oh, but God forbid you got to jump on a chartered flight and get to another city and play another game the next day. There's no way you could do that.
So
there's no
then
way they could and get to
Friday-
the hotel in time to play the game the next night. There's no way.
Friday will be then the last play-in to get the 8th spot. And then the
Friday.
playoffs will start a week from Saturday.
Okay.
Are we going to be debating the 8th seed battle next Friday?
Damn right we will be.
Will we beat Steph and the Warriors if we finish 9th? Who would you
He's
pick?
back, right? He playing?
Yeah, he damn
Had a
near
good show against the
Damn
Rockets.
almost won the game the other night. I
brought him
saw,
back
right?
against Houston.
Yeah.
No. I don't think we will. If he's playing, I'm going to pick them to beat us.
Really?
I think so.
The way we played against the Clippers and then last night against the Nuggets, that Warrior team can't beat that.
Well, if Wemby's
I mean,
out,
blowing an 18-point lead.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
On a night we set the franchise record for made threes and we still couldn't win the game. We had the best shooting night in the history of our franchise and we still couldn't win. Are we going to shoot 47% from 3 in that game?
who's going to score for the Warriors
Is Kamar-
outside of Steph?
Steph's all they need.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we got Denny.
Yes, we do.
We got
Lot of-
Tumani.
Here comes some free throws, baby. Give me those free
The
throws.
clinger.
Who's hitting the panic button already? We'll ask that question next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Cranks another. He's got a second bomb. Who is this guy? Dalton Rushing exploding.
God, shut up.
Who is this guy?
You want to know what you missed while you were out on vacation? I have not blocked this out of my memory yet. Jason Swigard trying to argue that the Dodgers aren't the evil empire of baseball. That they're not the modern-day Yankees.
Who do you think is?
And I said, based on what? He had no response.
Shocking.
Shocking development.
What? The guy who
cares?
skipped Game 7 for
Wow,
a
the
soccer
Dodgers
game?
cheated their way to another blowout win over the Blue Jays. Yay.
Joe
Cool.
Davis,
Awesome.
Sportsnet LA. Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 14.
Whose read is this? I forget. I've been out for a week. Is this mine or yours?
Well, this is mine, but you
Okay.
had to take it over when I was out.
I did,
Layin' Wood
okay.
Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years, delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at Southeast Stark Street, great location, or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
All right, what storylines are floating your boat? We'll get to that coming up top of the hour. Mail sack questions. Welcome, 503-864-6326.
I love
the fan text line.
I love during the break you bringing up that thing you guys did while I was out, and him saying they're not the Yankees, and we said, well, why are the Yankees the evil empire? And he goes, well, because the Dodgers aren't cheating. And we said, how do the Yankees cheat? He just went.
I mean, I don't understand. Here's the whole rant that I went on. If Oregon won back-to-back national championships in football, do you know how insufferable I would be? And people would hate my team, and you know what I would do?
I think they already do.
They already do.
But yeah,
granted, I get it.
Yes.
I understand why people hate us. I'm just saying, how much more would you hate our team if we actually won back-to-back national? Because then every argument you have against Oregon would go out the window. The zero stands for right. Mm-hmm. Like all that would be gone, and I would be pointing in your face and laughing. I don't understand why you don't peacock. Why are you running from the idea that you are the juggernaut that might bring baseball to a work stoppage? You know, braggadocious I would be if that was my team.
Because I think it's become so easy.
I just don't get it.
Look, he's not going to agree with this, and he's certainly welcome to argue. I think it's become so easy for them that he doesn't care anymore.
They won the World
It's not as
Series
interesting.
for the second straight year, and then
that.
went out and signed the biggest player on the free agent market.
And the best closer.
Yeah.
Dude, the trumpets
After
hit
winning
pretty good
2
in LA.
straight national
awesome.
championships.
Those
Live
trumpets in
trumpet player
LA.
of the night.
Oh,
That was
it's so
fantastic.
You are the evil. It's okay.
Yeah.
Embrace it. I don't understand why you don't embrace it. 90% of your team is free
Are we
agents.
a juggernaut? Absolutely. Are we an 800-pound gorilla? It's where you go evil. I don't think there's anything evil.
Well, what was evil about the Yankees in the late 90s?
Steinbrenner was he
How was that any different? How was he?
His owner doesn't talk.
Because your owner doesn't do interviews. He's different.
His owner's Magic Johnson smiling on a dais.
He's not even the owner. He's just the
He's
public
just-
face.
he's
I
just
know,
the
but
face.
that's the
He
only
owns
owner
a
you see.
Quarter of a percentage of the team. He's sitting behind the bench. I actually
don't even know the owner. Oh, it's what's the
there's a
owner's
bunch
name?
of. There's
it was
three
the
or
guy
four of
teamed
them.
up with Knight.
Yeah.
it's a dozen of them. They all, whatever. Anyways, you're not allowed to participate in this segment because it doesn't apply to you. Who is pressing the panic button early in baseball? Are Mariner fans already there?
Yes.
Yeah,
They
I
are.
think so.
Because my team sucks.
Red Sox fans are.
Red Sox fans have to be.
My team just lost to the Angels.
Are
and
the
now-
Angels good? Is that an early baseball development? Are the Angels good? How about the Adele cat robbing 3 home runs in a
we
game?
did that.
That was wild.
insane.
I saw those highlights.
That's the greatest defensive performance I've ever seen in my life.
How is it not a home run if the ball goes over the fence?
If you
It's
catch
somebody
it
asking
in
that.
the field of play,
Like he didn't catch it.
You
it felt
take
like
off,
he caught it over the fence.
I think he
though.
caught it over the fence. I think it was such a slim margin on a replay they couldn't clearly.
You can't conclusively
I don't know.
say it.
I don't know what the specific.
Also, how do you
rule
prove
is.
that he didn't drop the ball?
Well, there's
Right.
that too.
They don't have a
Can't.
cam.
He could just pick it
They
up.
have a
Yeah, I
floor
know.
cam.
If he hits the floor and the ball bobbles out, you pick it up with your glove and you hold it up and you say, "I caught it."
You're ruining a good moment. That
I mean,
photo of
sure,
him holding
yeah.
his glove
Great.
up
I
is an
get it.
all-time great photo.
And having against the Mariners, that made me chuckle.
You know what's sad?
What if Cal Raleigh hits like a $174 with 12 home runs this year?
We're gonna have a conversation
Yeah.
that's uncomfortable and probably got to go too viral.
He did hit his first dinger yesterday, but they can't
finally
hit
did
worth
it.
squat.
What's sad to say is that I think Joe Adele holding the ball behind the wall, standing from behind that photo, that's the best thing the Angels have had to talk about in at least 8 years.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
And I'm counting
Did you
with
see Trout
Ohtani
got
and Trout
a
on the
concussion,
roster.
by the way.
He got drilled in the head, didn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, breaking news, Mike Trout. Great
Trout
start to the
injured.
year, and then he's hurt for a chunk of time.
Blue Jays? Blue Jays are probably panicking.
Yeah, you think the Blue Jays are panicking
I mean,
early
they got
on?
drilled last night. They just got
They got
swept by the White Sox.
They're
in
4 and
Chicago.
6. Yeah, 4 and 6 is
They're
not
off
a
to
good
a great start.
How about
but
Detroit in the AL Central below 500?
I just also the Pirates and the
Who's
Marlins
going to run
are
away with the AL
at
Central?
the top. So I don't know.
I mean, nobody probably. Yeah, the only thing I ask of my baseball team is, can you get me to football? I'm not even to the point where I need you to be good yet because I got enough to fill my hole. Like NBA playoffs are about to start. Stanley Cup playoffs
Hawaii
are.
was good.
Oh, Stanley. I got the Masters this week. The NFL draft is 2 weeks away.
I'm a big fan of the pickles.
I don't need you to do anything yet. I need you come June. That's when I need you to be relevant for me. June through August to fill my hole in that stretch.
I love meat.
And I don't even know if my team's going to get there. I'm not terrified. They're not even going to get me to that point to fill my hole for the summer.
Hooray!
What's going to go in my hole this summer, guys?
Swagalicious.
I shouldn't have played that drive.
That was bad timing.
That was on
That was
you.
pretty bad
Bad
timing on that one.
Not good.
Get me there, dude. My team blows.
Time to nut up or shut up.
What sucks is your division. You're just they're
there's
gonna win
no
it.
hope
I
to
know.
begin with.
You're
But
gonna
we
be
could half the teams make it to the wild card though now.
And that's the thing is you at least got the wild card to look forward to. I'm not gonna jump where you're jumping. Look, my team's a little better than yours, not much. We don't have a whole lot of pitching, and our best pitcher just kept hitting people yesterday. He could not stop hitting batters.
I love early baseball complaints.
I do too.
10 games into a 162 game season.
Were they 1 game, 2 games out of
We're
first?
second. Marlins are off to a good start. I got Jake in my ear. Marlins are for real. Why?
The Such Man has the takes that the Marlins are for
Because
real?
they played the Yankees.
Oh, get out of here.
Any
Such
team
Man.
that plays the Yankees and either beats the Yankees or plays them really tough, that team's legitimate.
Exactly.
I did have a chuckle because the Yankees they smoked my Giants to open the season, and
Yeah.
our boss Ryan Cooley gave me a hard time last year because I abandoned my team in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it was great to be on a text string on my vacation about
For
Giants
Giants,
Yankees.
I love
I'm
that
like,
you were on
"God,
that."
dude. Can we stop?
But I remember him giving me a hard time, and I'm like, dude, they suck. And then he gets a chance to watch him for 3 games, and I wanted to be like, are you still upset at me for abandoning them? Because that was like 3 weeks after the All-Star break that I watched, and I was like, enough. I can't take it anymore.
I will say, I've fully abandoned my team when they were tanking years ago to become a World Series juggernaut. That being said, don't forget our dynasty run.
People don't forget.
2021.
People do not forget.
I saw Jorge Soler is a angel, and I'm like, hey, home run.
Where's
World
Jock
Series
Peterson
hero.
and his
bad
pearls?
pearls?
His pearls. Where's his pearls at
Bad
nowadays?
bitch. I don't know where he's at right now.
Got to be somewhere.
That being said, we will have nothing in July.
I know.
I will be having baseball on in my garage after the show when I
be
get home.
relevant in July.
I don't even care anymore. I want it on.
Just something to have on the TV.
Just to have it on TV.
I get it. Well, rough start for a handful of teams out there. The Mariners can't hit. They lost to the Rangers yesterday 2-1. And it is like you don't take any sort of grandiose takeaways 11 games into a season. For the love of God, don't do it.
Please don't do that.
I have those circled Cal Raleigh numbers just as a
brought it up last year.
Let's watch how this goes.
I asked it last year.
He's gotten off the sluggish starts before, like it's happened. Julio is a notorious slow starter in April. That's who he's been, I feel like, the last 3 or 4 years. So they're likely to pull out of it. But the 60 home run thing was so out of left field.
What's the number that makes us go, what?
Sub 30.
Like if he's 29,
if
28
you
home
lop
runs?
it in half.
I know.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That can't just be an all-time heater, can it?
A lot of questions.
Where did you go before last offseason? Huh?
By the way, one last fun baseball note. It was great realizing in Hawaii that all West Coast teams are blacked out in Hawaii.
All of them?
All of them.
That's crazy.
I know the Dodgers are there. Probably the Angels and Padres, too.
The Giants are playing the
Mariners
Padres.
were?
I actually didn't try to watch a Mariner game, so I can't
Okay.
tell you that. I shouldn't say all West Coast. All California teams.
All California
I tried to
teams?
watch the Giants and Padres. I couldn't watch it. And I'm like, well, maybe it's a Padre thing. And then they played the Mets. Still couldn't watch.
Wow.
If the Mariners are on Apple TV, is that blacked out?
No. Or on Peacock. You can watch those
no,
games. air
those are
locally.
national telecasts.
Okay, so outside of those two, I can't watch Mariner games this year.
No, neither can I. Because I'm not buying the
Fox
package.
games?
Fox.
I don't think the Fox games are allowed, are they?
The Fox, if they play on like
if
a
they
Fox
play on
Saturday
Fox
game
Fox Saturday game.
or an
FS1,
FS1 random games, those will be on your TV.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Those
Okay.
ones, Peacock, and those
But I'm going to
outlets-
miss most of their season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I'm not buying the package.
No.
That's how you grow the game. Lots to get to in the final hour. What storylines are tickling your fancy? We got Mail Sack coming up at 9:15. Get your questions in 503-864-6326. Loaded final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
The George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. Blazers took a 14-point lead into the fourth quarter, built it to 17, and couldn't hold it in Denver. Toumani Camara fouled out with 2 minutes to go, and Denver was able to force overtime, eventually get the win, 137-132. Nikola Jokic, another triple-double, 35 points, 14 boards, 13 assists. So now Portland, a half game behind the Clippers for the 8th seed in the West, moves on to San Antonio to face the Spurs Wednesday. Doubtful they will have Victor Wembanyama. He suffered a rib contusion, and their win over the 76ers Monday night did not play in the second half. The Clips tonight hosting the Mavericks at 7:30. Michigan Wolverines get their second NCAA men's basketball title in program history, 69-63 over UConn in the title game. Elliot Cadeau, named most outstanding player, finished with 19 points. In the North Carolina Tar Heels, reportedly finalizing a contract to hire Mike Malone to be their next head men's basketball coach. Malone led the Denver Nuggets for 12 seasons, amassed 510 victories, including an NBA title in 2023. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. The band is back together. Feels great. We got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Mail sack coming up right around the corner. It is a full sack today.
Mail sack.
So be prepared. I did enjoy this from a Mariner P1 texted, I've given up on the Mariners.
10 games in, we're done.
PTSD from all the years with Felix. We're not making the playoffs. Cal will lead all pitchers.
It's April 2nd.
Pitchers and strikeouts, and we
haven't
will be
even got the
sub 500.
tax day.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Bring the heat, man.
That is what's fun about baseball, is just the ebbs and the flows. It's almost a good thing we don't have a team yet.
Yeah.
Because we would also be like 10 games into the season, I don't know, man. We need another starter. Like, our lineup's not very. We need to make a trade.
I mean, we do this with the Blazers after the opening week of the season. It's like, guys, this could be kind of a fun year. And then we buried them and said the season's over. And then they won like 10 in a row. And you're like, oh, God. Zigging and zagging, back and forth. So we got a lot going on. I enjoyed reading that one, though. Love the honesty. I'm right there with you. I've already given up on my team. Hopefully they prove me wrong, but I don't have a lot of hope that will happen.
Long way to go.
I'll be watching. I'll be there. Don't worry. I had them on a little bit last night because the Blazers blew a lead. And I'm like, let's flip over. Let's see if out. Nope, they blew a lead too. Cool. They had a lead and then blew it. Let me ask you this. You know where this week ranks amongst my weeks of the year.
I'm anxiously awaiting the tee times to be released.
They're slowly trickling out. We are starting to get them. Tee times are finally featured groups are starting to come out. They're starting to roll out. We got Scotty playing with Robert McIntyre and Gary Woodland.
It is
Woodland just won his first tournament. The PTSD story was awesome. Him being emotional to win was awesome.
He's been through so much. Those guys letting him walk up the fairway on 18 and having his moment was really, really cool.
Rob McIntyre. I'll learn your name this weekend.
You know Bob McIntyre? He's an Irish guy? No. Okay. We got
Scottish.
Oh, is he Scottish?
Yeah.
Same thing.
You don't know Bob McIntyre?
Oberg, John Rahm, Chris Gotterup teaming up.
How about this group? 643. Dustin Johnson, Shane Lowry, and Jason Dye.
No.
That doesn't do much.
That doesn't do it.
Other than the ugly outfits.
I hope Oberg destroys Rahm.
We got Xander, Bryson, and Matthew Fitzpatrick playing together. These are your feature groups that will be the first 2 days.
707.
That's a good one. Rory's playing with Cam Young, who won the Players, and then the amateur is it Mason Howell?
Correct.
So they're playing together.
I'm picking Bryson.
You're picking Bryson's your pick for the Masters?
Just right out of the gate.
Well, I'm curious to ask you because you're not as big of a golf guy as I am, but I think this week does it for the diehard and the non-diehard, right? It's Masters.
It's a big event.
What are the biggest storylines for you guys going into the week?
I mean,
Do we care about Rory divorcee headlines? Did you see those?
He's getting divorced again?
No, people are dumping news stories on him the week of the Masters, and so he had and the New York Post came out with a thing that he was cheating on his wife. Shocking. That's why they almost got divorced.
A golfer? A pro athlete? No way.
No, I couldn't believe it.
You ever been to a clubhouse during a PGA tournament?
Get out of here.
I mean, look, I'm actually excited to watch Sunday before the final round. They're going to air the doc to replay the Rory winning his first green jacket thing. I'm excited to watch that early in the morning.
He had a thing that he came out with analyzing every shot of his win last year, and don't worry, I've already watched it.
You've already watched it?
I've already watched
Look,
it.
I'm looking forward to seeing if he can repeat.
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy, per se, the whole, like... Well, now I was watching some of the range stuff yesterday. You'd be proud of me. I was watching
Thank you.
it. And they were showing him warming up.
On the range at the Masters.
On the range
It's great,
at the Masters.
dude. Open up the app. They just show guys hitting balls. You can just watch them.
And they were having a conversation, and I think, I forgot who it was, but they were like, I think he's going to feel more free than he's ever felt. And I kind of laugh at that, because I hear why you would say that. It's still for another green jacket. Yeah. It's still the Masters.
Yes.
2 is rarefied air there at the tournament.
Well, and to your point, we did that with him last year when he finally won the Masters and broke through and won his first major in however long it had been. We're like, oh, look out.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he steamrolled the other majors.
No. And so, like, I want to see if he can repeat. I'm curious to see somebody like Bryson come over because we don't get to see him much at all.
No.
And then, like, who's going to take the reins? Is Scotty going to have a good first round finally this season? Or is he going to have a crappy first round, bury himself 10 strokes back, and then play catch-up and finish 5th? And we go, Scotty, if you just get out of his way in the first round. You got Morikawa coming back from his back injury that he suffered at the Players.
He was playing great going into that back
really
injury.
Good. Xander's kind of gotten it together a little bit. We just saw J.J. Spawn win. So, like, my overall thing is just the excitement to see who steps up. Justin Rose and how close he was last year.
Runner-up multiple times.
But I'm going to say it again because I don't think it's gone away. And maybe you guys will tell me that you're back. He poo-poos it because he's just weird, doesn't want to talk about it. I do think the Tiger Cloud's odd. It's a very odd thing because his name is so attached to the Masters.
Masters Champion dinner is tonight.
And he's not in the country.
He ain't going to be there.
And I haven't seen people ask about Tiger. Maybe I missed it. But
the guys are getting questions about it. Some guys are more honest and open. Honest isn't the right word. Some guys are good friends with him, so they're not going to come out and bury him.
They need to come out and, like, get his life in order because this is going to end very tragically if it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
You can't keep popping pills while you drive and be miraculous and have just a leg injury or...
He should have died the last time, if we're being honest. Like, he rolled off the side of a highway and he should have died.
He should have died.
He shattered his leg and had to get surgery.
He did it again. He was speeding in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. He clipped a trailer and he rolled over. You just don't want to see that happen. And so I legitimately think that is a little bit a part of the Masters. And I said yesterday, I think the more we go on, the more we'll get away from it. But I'm excited about the competition, but also just having the Tiger stuff has just happened.
It's weird because I think you're 100% spot on. That's a huge thing that's hanging over the tournament. He's not there. One of the biggest storylines every year for the Masters is what? Is Tiger going to play?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, we were asking, is he Tiger? Or I guess it would have been 2 weeks ago because I was on vacation.
Yeah, because he played in the TGO.
He finally came back. And we talked about that when Sprague was out.
He can't drag that leg around. There's nothing that indicates he can drag it around.
You know what helps that? A lot of pain pills, Swag.
Well,
that's why he's getting treatment.
Yes.
Sadly, like that's what he has to do to play, and he's a psycho. He can't stop competing. He doesn't know how else to operate. So yeah, I certainly agree with that. He's not going to be at the Champions Dinner. The players are having to answer questions about him and his health and his rehab, and like that's going to be a storyline that hangs over this entire thing. I also watched the video because the police camera video came out, and the way it was spun made it seem like, oh my God, he was conked out and couldn't stand up straight. You watch the video and you're like, he didn't look that inebriated.
It was only when he was sitting with the blanket and he has like the passed out kind of.
I think that for no doubt about. And I'm this is gonna sound like I'm condoning. I'm not condoning it in any way, shape, or form. What he did, it's terrible, and you shouldn't put other people's lives at risk. You're worth billions of dollars. Hire a driver. Problem solved.
He doesn't want to.
I know.
It's privacy problems.
I get it.
Like, what do you do in your car?
What do you think he's doing in his car? He's snorting pain pills and banging Perkins waitresses,
but who is he talking to?
He's Tiger Woods. What do you think?
Can I ask you this?
This is breaking news. He's been a scumbag for a long time.
With the privacy window. Do something.
You asked, like, what am I most looking forward to? And I kind of gave you a generic player side of the answer with the Tiger stuff. Who is this year's Rory? Who is the player that we go into and we say they need this for their career?
I don't know if anybody needs it to the level of Rory needing it because it had been so long. Like, that was such a unique example of career Grand Slam, and it had been over a decade since he won a major.
That's fair. Maybe not in the Rory sense, but who is the one that if they win it, it changes?
Yeah, the conversation.
Either the legacy takes them further, or it elevates them to a status that they're close to, but they haven't broken through.
I think there's a handful of guys that you can list. How many players have won 3 green jackets?
Well, it's Jack, Tiger. Did Gary Player win 3?
Let me see. 5 guys in the history of the sport have done it
Arnie?
3 times. One I'm not counting because I've never heard of him. Sam Snead.
I think you should count.
Yeah, I'm not counting him. I've never heard of him.
Sam
That's probably happened. Jimmy Dammert.
Damn it.
Exactly. You don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
Jimmy D.
He won in 1949. Like, get out of here, dude.
Okay.
So Sam Snead, cool. Gary Player, Faldo, and Phil.
Faldo. That's who
Faldo.
I couldn't think of who that was, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Has Tiger not won 3? Tiger's won 3. That's got to be a misleading thing.
I thought Tiger had 3.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
he
stupid.
had 3.
Yeah. Tiger is, he's got 5.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just specifically 3.
Oh,
Sorry.
just only 3. There
Specifically
you go.
3.
Yeah.
So I need to at least.
You got to amend this list.
I need to correct this list.
Tiger.
At least 3 Masters.
So who are you
8 players.
Yeah.
So, Jack Tiger, Arnie
so
won 4.
who's the 9th that you're kind of floating this
Scotty.
to? Yeah.
So that to me, like, to answer your question, that's why, like, who is the best winner for the tournament this weekend? What is the best outcome for golf? Because last year it could not have gone better for them.
Right.
Sunday was chaotic, and it was Bryson and Rory in the final group. Like, reliving a lot of that through the Amazon doc and the Masters thing that they released. You're like, God, that was a Live versus PGA Tour. It felt like a heavyweight fight, and then Bryson crapped his pants, and then Justin Rose came out of nowhere, and then it was over for Rory, and then he almost blew it, and then he won again, and then he almost blew it again. Like, that was a perfect Sunday with the perfect champion.
Would Bryson winning
be massive. It'd be massive.
I think
him coming back to the PGA
Well, he's going to
Tour
be here next
when
year.
he's done with his contract.
Is that the best outcome for golf? Is Bryson winning?
Tough to say best.
I don't know
because
he's not going to be on the tour the rest of
so
the year.
So you won't see him again until the next major.
The U.S. Open.
I love Jim Nance's honesty on that, by the way. He was doing a press conference leading into it, and they asked him how much of Bryson have you watched. He was like, I got to be honest with you. I haven't seen a second.
Really?
He's like, I'm not watching Live Golf. It's on in the middle. They're playing in South Korea. It's on at 1 o'clock in the morning on the CW. I'm not watching that.
Justin Rose would be a good.
And I think that's an inside baseball one that I agree with. That golf heads would like. He's been so close so many times.
3 runner-ups.
Yeah, and he's been multiple playoffs. How many guys have been in multiple playoffs and lost at the Masters? And his run on the back 9 Sunday to bring it within to going to a playoff, and it wasn't like he choked in the playoff. Rory just hit a better shot than him on the approach shot.
So Rory has 4. Scotty's got 4.
Scotty's got 4 majors?
That's what it says here on the Wikipedia.
I think he has 2 PGAs.
2 PGAs and 2 Masters?
Isn't it funny how some of those, like, I think it kind of speaks to the major rankings, too. It's like, oh, yeah, the PGA's a thing. I always forget Justin Thomas has 2.
He does, 2 PGAs.
In my mind, he only has 1 PGA. I forget about the second one.
I mean, Brooks was another one of those guys. Yeah, Brooks climbing the mountain again.
5?
I believe
Brooks
so.
Koepka has 5. He's got 3 PGAs, 2 U.S. Opens.
Yeah.
Brooks come back in the tour.
Brooks
winning
would be
a
a big
Masters
one.
would be a big one.
Yeah.
I was trying to see how many Colin has 2, right?
Colin has 2, I believe.
So it's somebody
I
like
think he won an Open and a
PGA.
Yeah, I think it'd be somebody like that to kind of push.
Did he win a British Open?
That's what, I think he won an Open championship and a
PGA.
PGA champ. Yeah. During COVID, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it'd be somebody that's going to push the total major counts near Scotty. If not, like Brooks winning would continue to put him over. And
him
we'd be
getting
like,
to
holy
6,
crap,
that puts
6?
you pretty rarefied air to get to 6.
That's very rarefied air.
Back ahead of Rory.
When you go to 6...
I mean, that's a pretty select few who've got 6
There's
or
only
more.
3 golfers ever that have 6. Lee Trevino, Nick Faldo, Phil. And then you get to 7, and like then you're at the top of the mountain, man.
Right,
So
then you're at the pinnacle of the sport.
I think it's either a Bryson or a Colin.
Yeah.
Personally.
Okay.
Scotty winning it obviously would be a massive storyline.
Getting his third, because he's been an interesting guy this year, where at the start of the year it was, oh my God, he's prime Tiger Woods, to it's funny that we now criticize him for only finishing in the top 20, like we're now holding him to that rarefied standard.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's not like he's missing cuts left and right, but he's not been quite the same guy for the last couple of weeks. And so him going in is an interesting storyline for me of, does he come in, and he was in contention last year and didn't have a great weekend. Like, he's been around, he's won multiple, he loves the course, he plays plays well on the course of just how does he perform. Now that Rory finally got the monkey off his back, we'll see how he goes from here in the rest of his career. I think for Rory, it's not necessarily about winning another Masters, although it certainly would be helpful to his legacy. It's more about like, what does your final count become? Are you done? Like, do you stop at 5? Do you end up winning 3 or 4 more? Like, I don't think it matters which ones he wins now. It was such a big story for him, though, because of the career Grand Slam and his chokes and his coming up short at the Masters so many times that he finally got that monkey off his back. To me, he's not the biggest story this year, although it certainly would be great to watch him win another one.
Yeah, I do wonder, too, about the up-and-coming guys like Cam Young's playing really well.
Yeah, dude.
Aubert continues to be the close.
Batia's been great. Got her up. I watched his press conference yesterday. He's been awesome this year.
So you got the new group of guys that, like, I don't know how exciting it is to hear about them because we haven't learned all there is to learn yet.
I think with the weather forecast looking the way it is, it doesn't look like there's going to be rain in the forecast. Nope. So that means the greens are going to get firm and fast on the weekend. I think it could be a total horse race.
Anybody could do it. Like the Masters can do that a lot of years.
You might have 8 or 9 guys in contention back 9 Sunday.
I mean, you had that last year. Nobody talked about Justin Rose going into Sunday last year, and you look up and you're like, he's in a playoff now. So that's the beauty of the tournament. Is you can just go back and watch the Tiger one from 19 when he won, and how many guys were within like 2 shots of the lead with 9 holes to go. It was insane. It was like a dozen guys.
I think all you could ask for, I don't know about a playoff, but like all we could ask for is for the final round to deliver some form of real drama.
Yeah, we got it last year. It was a dream scenario.
It's always a little bit of like, yeah, it's still the Masters, but like when it's a guy who's clinched it before 18.
Scotty's wins have been that way. Yeah, the last 5 holes are a coronation, and it's over, and you're watching, but you know he's going to win the tournament.
Right. I just it's hard to match the drama and feeling. Like Rory, that walk, that's still some of my favorite sports television ever. No commentary. Rory
from the green to the
gallery.
clubhouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well, it's 2 days away. It all begins. Happy Masters Week, everybody. I made it back just in time. Let's get to the mail sack. Your questions are welcome. 503-864-6326.
Mail sack.
It is mail sack time. We'll do it next on The Fam.
When the tournament moment calls for bold, break your beak. Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Enough to break your beak. Not your bracket.
Michigan starting to take control a little bit. 45-37. Cadeau, 3, top of the key. Got it! Oh, the 3. Cadeau looks to the bench and stalks up the floor.
That was Kevin Kugler on the call. Westwood won. Michigan wins the national championship last night. Their second in program history, ending a long drought for the Big Ten, and they did it with 5 transfers. None of their players were homegrown, and they were all like 25 years old.
Yeah, very odd. We've been in the portal for a few years now, and they got crap for this. And I'm like, are we not used to every program having transfers? Like a great run by Dusty May and his team. From start to finish, best team in college basketball. Elliot Cadeau was the difference for them yesterday.
That was the Ceiling Bucket Buster Report, brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing, packed with citrus hops, killer aroma, smooth finish. Beak Breaker, enough to break your beak and not your bracket. Hey, did you guys know Pittsburgh's getting ready to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, and the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. Did you know this? Are you aware of this?
I'd heard of this, yes.
Have you heard about this? The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit odyssey.com/thenightbefore to enter for your chance to win tickets to this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. You guys ready to mail sack it up?
Yep.
Sack it up.
Let's do it.
All right, mail sack time. Let's see what we got in the old sack today.
Mail sack.
It is a juicy, juicy sack. Well done, everybody. You brought the heat today. Mail sack in honor of Gino and Don. What coaches and or players were biggest rivals in your sports life? Mine was Pete Carroll and John Harbaugh in college and the pros.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I missed
In
that
my
story. So why
lifetime.
was he all butthurt? I saw him yelling at her.
I mean, yeah, he yelled at her because
Well, I guess
they were supposed to
pregame-
shake hands after the lineup.
Okay.
But what had
Before the
happened-
game?
Yeah, pregame.
It's kind of a customary thing. But her viewpoint would be, we literally high-fived, our staffs and us high-fived before the lineups. Then they do the lineups. Then the coaches are supposed to go to half court and shake again. And Gino waited 3 minutes, so that pissed him off. Then the game happened. Sarah Strong on UConn went between 2 defenders. Her jersey ripped. No foul call.
Didn't she rip her own jersey, though?
Yeah, upon further review, she had to change her jersey, and then so he was really pissed about the handshake. He then got more pissed about the jersey.
Okay.
Said an offhanded comment to Don. Don didn't like it. Don barked back. Gino doubled down in the postgame, and then since the next day, because he had so much blowback, had to apologize to the university.
Good.
And Don Staley. And by the way, I had forgotten about some of the absolute awful stuff he did to Pat Summitt. So Geno Smith is the all-time GOAT in women's college basketball
Oreo.
coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gino.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said
Geno
Geno
Smith.
Smith, sorry.
Good pull.
I'm a
Football's on the mind.
football guy.
Hey, do you know the draft's in 2 weeks in Pittsburgh? Visit odyssey.com for your chance to win.
And so I saw a thing with Candace Parker, and Candace played for Pat Summitt, and somebody was like, oh, so it was a fun rivalry with Pat, and she was like, that's what I used to think, and then I found out what it really was, and not so great. And then
He seems like a real D-bag.
well, I think when it comes to coaches that press up on his territory of, oh, you won 1, that's cute. You won 2, what? You won 3, what?
Yeah, now you're in a different
Now you're in
rarefied air.
there's an air there. that
Watching him
happens
get
with
butthurt over that was pretty good.
Okay, let me think of this
Rivalries.
question. Rivalries. Coaches. To mine were always
Harbaugh and Carroll's a really good poll.
Mine were always teams.
Yeah.
I didn't have
Let's play this angle, though. Let's go down the road of coaches.
Harbaugh and Carroll were one in the NFL. I didn't care about the college stuff.
See, it was only fun when Stanford beat them as, what were
Was
they?
the underdogs, 42.
40, like the biggest upset in the history. One of them from a Vegas point spread angle was great. And the fact that they ended up at rivals in the NFC, like in the same division, was fantastic. We had that same thought last year when Carroll got hired in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like they're back in the same division. And then, I mean, obviously it didn't work out, but there was a thought of that could be redeemed again.
Can you be a rival if you don't win if you're on the side that doesn't win?
I don't think so. There has to be a back and forth.
So Bobby Cox and Joe Torre, not a rivalry.
Not a rivalry.
Was to me, but not an actual rivalry.
Real to me, damn it.
2 World Series losses.
Real to me, we were close.
Well, Spurrier against everybody else in the SEC back in the day.
Spurrier
was
Bowden is a
hilarious.
good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spurrier Bowden's a pretty classic.
That's a good one.
Fiery coaches.
Now, you had, I don't know if you guys, Calipari and John Chaney at Temple when they were both in the
before, I don't
8-10.
remember that.
Cheney tried to fight him in a post game.
Yeah, he came in
Yeah.
and like
Called him an SOB.
He said,
of
I'm
that.
going to kill you,
More of
and they
that.
had to be physically separated.
That's why I love Dan Hurley, dude. That guy's he's a total douche and a red ass, but I want that. That's great for sports. Liven it up a little bit. Give me some heat.
Yeah, I think sadly, not to avoid the question, there's been good ones in our lives, but personally impacted, it's always been teams far more than coaches.
Yes, agreed. 'Cause the coach rivalry used to be a bigger thing back in the day.
What's the college football one? It was never going to be Riley and Kelly.
No.
Bellotti and Kelly was too brief.
It's like Woody Hayes and Bo Schembechler back in the day
Didn't
or
have one of
whatever.
those.
Yeah, we haven't had that locally.
No, Spurrier calling everybody out was hilarious.
Trying to think of it. You know what a pretty good one recently was Jimbo when he was at A&M and Saban.
I know, but it lasted a year.
It didn't last very
And he
long,
got
but he
fired.
actually beat him, though, after he kind of ran his mouth, and Saban would take shots at him. He paid for your team.
We have one that might happen if we ever can get these 2 teams to play, unless it's a playoff game. Golding and Dabo now.
Oh, are they not?
Oh, Dabo called out Pete
yeah.
Golding by name.
For the tampering stuff?
Yeah. And Golding was like, there's two sides to a story.
Of course there is. Millsack finally back together. I've been sitting on this for 2 weeks. At Fan Madness, you guys discussed chip double dipping. When Dirt said dipper, I had a flashback to October and the station controversy of the piss and dipper. Any update on that office conspiracy? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Dirt's the piss dipper. He used to go in
Never been
pregame
proven. It's never been proven.
with a dip.
There's no evidence of this at all.
In our urinal, for
It's
some
been
reason,
alleged.
he couldn't wait for the garbage can. He just dumped it in a urinal. You don't flush that down a urinal.
Could have been anybody, dude.
I don't get it.
Could have been anybody.
Went into the restroom yesterday.
They got Grizzly
4
too, huh?
dudes at one time.
4 dudes at the same time?
We all just walked in at the same time.
That's a lot of dudes at one time.
It was.
4 dudes at one time is too many dudes.
Way too many dudes.
2.
2 at most.
2 at most.
Yeah.
Limited.
4 too many.
Millsack question. Curling was well received in the Olympics this year. Will you be watching the Rock League, the new sports league, which started yesterday in Canada? No.
God bless you for doing it. I will not.
I saw we have a new steroid league coming out.
Steroid league?
Well, I thought it was just a steroid like Olympics, like competition.
Like we're letting people do steroids
yeah,
and then
Vegas
competing?
or something, yeah.
Let me see. Let me find it.
Isn't that called American Gladiators?
The Enhanced Games, privately funded multi-sporting event for 2026. Aiming, they're allowing athletes to use PEDs legally under medical supervision.
What are they doing? If you're going to tell me they're hitting each other with big Q-tips and running up mountains, just call it American Gladiators and get it over with.
Let me see here. Let me find out. So, yeah, it's a privately funded thing. First annual competition. I'm trying to find the damn events that are going on here. Come on. It's got a $1 million check as a bonus for if you beat a world record in some things.
So
I
we're
guess
just
there's a
going
documentary that goes on. So, yeah, they're basically doing like swimming and they're essentially doing Olympic sports.
What does a swimmer look like on steroids? Is it like beating Phelps records?
I got to be honest with you. I might watch.
Will you?
When's it? I don't know. I'm trying to find when it's going to be on.
You think steroids?
Just
for
to
a
answer that
swimmer?
question of like, what is that going to look like? Can I get a tennis player on steroids?
Oh, man.
Like just like The Rock out there?
How fast does that serve?
Right, that'd be kind of fun. They're not moving as quick.
Although tennis is a lot like golf. It's not necessarily strength,
You
it's the
need some
technique.
flexibility.
You do have to have
and be
flexibility.
able to get some court coverage. So
Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying. I want bigger guys.
I mean, it's not just
Not
like
4 at one time, but
weightlifting
2.
or something where you can.
No, I will not be. Swag, are you going to watch the curling league?
I would watch the curling league over the PED games.
Would you curling? That's a good poll question.
What sport would you want to watch steroid athletes play the most?
Ooh.
I don't want to do football because they're already on it, and that's too scary. Baseball, probably. But the toughest part with baseball is you would just be getting like random run-of-the-mill guys. Like you wouldn't get actual big leaguers to do it.
Like, would basketball be good with a bunch of steroids?
No, soccer.
No, soccer's a good poll.
Steroid rage just happening. Boy,
Let them hit and fight each other on top of it too. Now we're talking.
Track and field.
Yeah, I mean
we already have that.
They're already doing it now. That's kind of this, as is. How about the Tour de France?
Well, that's blood doping.
We're going to
That's
the
different.
19th runner-up for our champion this year.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah,
he was T19, and he is your winner. More Millsack next. First, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan, it is opening night for the Hops, their brand new ballpark. 4:30, the parking lot will open. 5 o'clock, there'll be a formal ribbon cutting with all the dignitaries. Gates open at 5. Come early. First pitch just after 6:35.
You guys know I'm a pretty big Save the Bees guy. Good Bees doc on Disney Plus right now if you want to educate yourself and your children. In Broomfield, Colorado, there is a community called Baseline, and they've started up a pollinator district.
Oh.
It's never been done before. And so what they did is they took out traditional, grass and flowers. Well, not all flowers. They brought in pollinating plants specifically designed to help bee population thrive. It's the first in the U.S.
I'm pro bee, man. How about this? If you want a fun fact for the Masters, a stat to look at, 11 of the last 13 winners were 1.7 plus strokes gained tee to green going into the Masters. Here is a list of players that are in that category, so likely the winner coming from this list: Colin Morikawa, Matthew Fitzpatrick, Siwoo Kim, John Rahm, Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, Cam Young, Ludwig Oberg, Minwoo Lee, Chris Gotterup, and Sepp Straka.
Dude, give me that as a final board there. I'm super jacked.
All right. More minor league baseball, bees, and Masters stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of dirt.
All right, more Millsack. See what else we got left today. We got to hurry up a little bit here. Sorry, I got a little distracted in the first one.
Yeah, you did.
Millsack question. Since you guys both got back from vacation, what is your favorite vacation you've ever taken, and what is your worst vacation you've ever taken?
My favorite vacation I've ever taken is Vietnam in 2019, and the worst vacation. Ooh, let me noodle on that for a second. I'll let you go with your favorite.
Favorites, where do you go? I might actually I'll throw one at you for this week. Going to the Masters was awesome. It wasn't really a full vacation, but I went to the Masters, man. And it's so cool.
You just went to Hawaii with your family.
It was fantastic. I had a great time. It's not the Masters. It was good. Is Teddy going to play in the Masters someday? Can I go when he plays? If he's in the field, I'm there. Can I tell you a really funny story? I'm going to get sidetracked again. I hang a Masters flag on my house every year.
Yeah.
And I have a neighbor who I don't think he follows sports.
It's probably like, what the hell is this flag?
I think he generally knows the logo, but he doesn't quite. He asked me. I'm not making this up. I promise you. He legitimately asked me if I was playing in the tournament. He was like, "I see you with your clubs all the time. Are you like playing in the tournament?" And I was like, "Dude, you have no idea what that question just meant for me, man. It's made my day."
You'd shoot the greatest 170 of your life. You'd be like, "Are you all right?"
Can I get one park? I par one hole. That's all that matters, man. I get that tattooed on my butt.
If I just had one par putt, I'd be happy in the entire round.
Give me one green in regulation.
I have the answer. The worst vacation of my life. I'll go adult life because childhood, I got a few of those. Adult life, the wife and I were like, we're going to have to go camping. It's the cheapest way to have multiple vacations in the summer, and the kids love the outdoors. So 2 summers ago, we went camping at a campground near Mount St. Helens.
Mm-hmm.
Zero creek, zero lake. The one lake you could go to is 2 miles away. You couldn't swim in it, had an algae poisoning or something.
Can't even go in the water.
It was 95 degrees every day. It was 88 at night, so no air conditioning. Yeah. We're staying in a tent. Mosquitoes were out. None of the repellent worked.
I want to go home.
And one night, there were guys just choosing to shoot at 1 a.m., and I thought we had an active shooter in the campground, so I was up till 3:30 in the morning. Far and away the worst. I cannot begin to stress how much at my core I hate camping.
Yeah.
I'll meet you. I'm going home at night.
Yeah.
That was the worst vacation I've ever had.
I'll say 2 summers ago, we went to Sun River, and I'm usually, you know me, I'm very
You're
pro.
a Big Ben Sun River.
Sun River guy.
Yep. Play some golf.
We were going to be there for a week, and 2 days into the vacation, we had to come home because of smoke. Like you literally couldn't be outside.
Yeah, get ready for that summer.
And we had a tea time. I remember the only thing I was looking forward to on the trip mainly was playing golf.
Sure.
And we were there for 2 days. It was the third day of the trip or whatever. We had a morning tea time. We woke up and we're like, we all got to go home. And it was like, are you kidding me? I wanted to go playing golf and then go home. I'm willing to risk the lungs. Just let me get 18 in and then I'm ready to get out of here. And we left after 2 days. I was like, this sucks. So that has to be the best and the worst.
I would say childhood-wise, it had to be any trip I went on with my mom and we stayed in a hotel room. And I heard my mom having sex with a boyfriend.
That'll do it, yeah.
Because we stayed at the Cozy Cove Inn. You know what I mean? We
couldn't spring for the second room, or the adjoining room.
Hide to bed.
Hide to bed. Yeah.
Right next to the adjacent wall.
You're right there. Those are not thick walls at the Cozy Inn.
Took a friend with me once, and we were watching old Batman with Adam West.
I didn't expect that.
No.
And the noise was happening, and my friend goes, what is that? And I literally was like, it's my mom getting railed.
Happy vacation. Mail Sag, if you could ABS challenge something.
Break. What do you want from me?
Each of you have claimed on this show.
Yeah.
And have the truth revealed, what would you tap your helmet on? Example, Swag swimming 500 yards into the ocean, immediate tap. Also, let's start helmet tapping on the show when people make outrageous claims. First off, hilarious idea.
Great question.
I did think, so we were in the last day in Hawaii, full day was Saturday.
There you go.
And we went, it was great. We went to a beach that was just perfect. Little guy was a little scared of the ocean first couple of days, like waves. He's never swam in the ocean before, terrified. By the end of it, he's playing in the water, jumping around. It was great. And we found one that was like super shallow for a long time, so he could walk out.
No cove area.
No rocks. It was perfect, right? So we're there. And I swam maybe 30 yards out.
Maybe
30 yards.
By yourself?
By myself. Yeah. Not with the kiddo.
Because you're not touching the ground.
I'm not touching the ground, but I'm just kind of swimming out, swimming back in, having fun. I like swimming around in the ocean to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And all I could think about the entire time was looking out and thinking about how 500 yards is.
No way.
And how full of S our producer is.
It's not even a review. We don't even ABS that. It's a straight up lie. You don't even comprehend what 500 yards is in the ocean.
Five full football fields.
Do you swim out a little ways and you look back and land looks a little
like,
smaller?
Wow, that was a long ways, yeah.
It's probably 88 yards. Yeah. You are not 500 yards away. I do love the ABS.
I love that idea for the show because we all say outlandish. I mean, I certainly do it all the time. When we come up with one of these grandiose claims, an immediate helmet. Now, I'm challenging that.
If God gave us the ability to challenge such things, I'm just going to die on the hill. I am tapping my helmet. I don't believe he watched Game 7.
Oh.
Tapping the helmet.
On the DVR? You don't think he went back and watched?
I think he saw the highlights, saw the score, felt good, and was like, well, they took care of business.
They got it done.
We're too good.
Stayed up once I got home that night. Watched it till 2 in the morning.
Drunk from a soccer game. Passed out in the 6th inning. Woke up. We won!
That's going to be a new bit on the show. We'll definitely keep that.
Is there any ABS thing with you and I?
I mean, I've certainly said some dumb things. I'm having a hard time. I mean, I've been gone for a week, so I'm like, nothing's fresh off the top of my mind. You guys would have to remind me of something dumb that I've said.
Yeah.
I did the hot
ABS
dog
myself.
one, and then I ended up eating at least I ate the hot dogs. I remember that one.
Was it 8, right? It was
6.
2 an hour?
6 hot
thought it
dogs
was
in the
6.
show.
Were we still a 3-hour show?
We were still a
when we did
3-hour
that?
show, yeah.
God, that doesn't feel like that long ago.
No, it does not.
Everything's. I usually ABS myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything outrageous I've said.
I've said I could outrun an alligator. I said alligators aren't scary on land.
Yeah. I'm tapping my helmet on that one.
Just kick it the snout. It'll go back.
Sadly, most of my stuff it's too depressing to challenge.
Yeah. It's just,
You know?
It's more of a therapeutic angle that we need to go down.
Yeah.
Mail sack, because you just went through this, you and your work wife take back-to-back week-long vacations. Is it better to go first or to go second?
So a lot of this for our job, I'll give you a peek behind the curtain. To me, it's about
timing,
the calendar.
What's going on while the other person's on vacation.
And I would say in the order in which the operations happened,
you thought I had a better stretch of
I
topics?
think you had, because I was still following, like you had the Barnes was leaving thing, but not leaving thing.
Yeah, that was a juicy story. You had Dundon. Dundon was the
Dundon.
big one that I missed.
Dundon was my, we each had a
out.
big thing that we missed.
Yeah.
But I think overall from the days of shows we did separate, I think you had the better window
I think I'll agree with that.
of shows.
Opening day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barnes getting turfed, but
Yep.
not turfed, but kind of turfed.
Mhm.
Like, I'll grant you that.
But he did miss. We did have the breaking news, as always happens when you go away.
The Tiger
No.
thing? What was the big breaking news?
Do you remember?
Yeah, dude, tell him.
What happened?
How could we forget?
What did I miss?
Audie Crooks hit the transfer portal.
Ooh, is she on the market?
Yeah.
Is she not going to the league?
No.
No.
She has one. Well, a lot of these girls make more money to come back
In
to college
in
for a
college.
year than get late round, first round pick.
Oregon's actually relevant. We made the tournament. Can we
And
go get her?
They just had all their post players announce they're hitting the transfer portal, so they have a desperate need for a post player.
Dude,
The guards are all coming back.
If she went to Oregon,
you'd be your
I would
Beers
buy a jersey within 30 seconds.
A Ducks Crooks.
What number was she at Iowa State?
55.
Do you remember? 55?
Yeah. Anytime you steal a recruit from USC, you should post a selfie with a Crooks jersey showing on the front. We had a Husky fan saying the funniest outcome for them would be she goes to Washington.
It would be tough. Yeah.
And beats your Oregon Ducks.
I mean, I don't really... Funny, sure. I don't follow college like, you can trash talk that if you want. I just will tell you it doesn't hurt me in any way, shape, or form.
I know.
I've also had the weird conundrum of two of my favorite professional athletes ever have been Huskies. Tim Lincecum like revived my Giants fandom.
And Roy.
And Brandon Roy.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I've already been there.
Yeah.
If we get her in the WM, if my NFL team got Penix and he won me a Super Bowl, you think I would care about that?
Can I ask
I look past it once they're out of college.
Random show question. Is there a reason, I just saw the YouTube, is there a reason Swag looks like...
I don't know.
He's watching miniature dolls do a radio show.
That's pretty good.
I don't know how the control.
You are
the cameras
so
anymore.
zoomed in. It's
You're
ridiculous.
zoomed in.
Yeah, I know. I don't
Large
know.
and in charge over there. Large Marge. Mail sack, you were in the trust tree. Were your kids planned or were they accidents?
First one was an accident. Second one was planned.
Mine was planned.
All planned.
All planned.
I will never forget the phone call I got. I was getting ready to take a final in college. I was at the apartment me and my wife lived in, but she had graduated the year before me, so she was working, and we'd see each other every weekend. She called me, and I was like, what's up? And she was just like, as quiet as... I mean, she's quiet, but she was even more quiet. Then she was emotional, and
yeah,
I'll never forget sitting down going, oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my God. But it's worked out pretty okay.
Yeah, you guys are doing good. Yeah. Mail sack, at what point does a burrito become a wrap, or is it just a matter of whether it's hot or cold? I don't think it's a hot or cold thing. I think it's
the ingredients.
The ingredients inside.
If it's traditional Mexican ingredients, I think it's a burrito. If you're taking
what about a fiesta wrap?
If you're taking a sandwich, stuff that's normally in a sandwich,
or
and
a salad,
putting it in a tortilla or a salad,
like
that's
a Caesar wrap.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Yesterday, I made ground beef.
Yes.
Seasoned it.
Right.
And then I made burger sauce.
Okay.
And I put it on a tortilla, sprinkled some cheese that would melt naturally with the beef being hot.
Okay.
wrapped in a tortilla. Is that a wrap? Or is
Burrito.
that so it's a burger burrito.
I think
That's a burger burrito.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a burrito.
That's a burrito.
Okay. By the way, outstanding.
I mean, I'm cool with either way. You know, I'm a burrito boy.
Outstanding.
Mailsag, is McDonald's still the best fast food breakfast, or has someone dethroned them? I don't eat a lot of fast food
know.
breakfast
I
because of
can't
our
remember
work
the
hours.
last.
Like, I don't. If anything, I'm upset that people have fast food breakfast because by the time I'm done with the show, I'm ready for lunch because we've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning.
Although I am the Victor Rico's breakfast burritos.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's actually a good point. Of all the things that I order for at this time of day, it would mostly be a breakfast
burrito. Yeah. I think you're right on that one. I will say though, there was a small moment in college. Jack in the Box had a breakfast bowl, and I was on like a binge of those.
Okay.
I used to order 2 at a time.
It had like the sausage gravy on
It had
the
the sausage gravy.
and
It had the hash brown in it, the egg, the protein, and
bacon or whatever.
I ordered 2, and my dad looked at me once. He goes, "You're ordering 2?"
You
And I
getting
was
2
like,
of those?
Yeah, they're not very big.
What's wrong with that?
What are you judging over there, you fat
Most
ass?
important meal of the day.
How'd you turn into medium pizza boy? What happened to you?
I used to be Fat Brandon. Fat Brandon died, dude. He
He's
had a
gone.
moment.
R.I.P.
Now he's going to have a Diet Coke themed 40-year-old birthday party.
Let's see, one more quick one. What would one event be that you have no interest in, but your wife would love to see that you would buy tickets for? Oh. There's a lot of musicians that, like, my wife likes poppy country.
R&B artist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like something at like
God, I
the
don't wanna
Roseland
go
or
to
the
that.
Crystal Ballroom, and she'd be like, "Can we go?" And I'm like, "Sure." And I would have I've heard maybe a song.
You're there in support.
Yeah. And now I'm just people watching to see who's going to have a baby tonight because they are way too horny for this concert.
Did we take an Uber? I'm getting hammered.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that comes out of it. One fun one for the final segment, and then we'll get you set for your night in sports next on The Fan. All right, it's been a fun show today. One last mail sack question. I'm going to sneak in because it was a good one. And I never really thought about it before.
Okay.
Mail sack, longer question. Debate with my wife last night. I'll try and summarize the best that I can. She asked our son his favorite animal. Mm-hmm. My son responded, zebras, because they're fast. My wife responded, zebras are fast? Looks at me, are zebras fast? I laughed for a second, then realized she was being serious. I said yes, and expressed it was kind of obvious. She did not think so, so generally asking, on the hierarchy of the animal kingdom, can we categorize zebras as fast? Are zebras fast?
They are not.
Oh, they're not fast.
Now, are they faster than us? Certainly.
But in terms of the animal kingdom, do you have zebra speed facts for me?
The zebra is the Brandon Sprague's fast of the animal kingdom. Very mid, not at all impressive, and slower than you would think.
Now, do you have this information off the top of your head?
Look it up.
You're well-versed in zebra speed.
Look it up, dude. Anything and everything that needs to hunt them catches them.
This AI is telling me zebras can run at speeds of 40 to 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, right. In your bra. Not a chance. It's probably a Google AI bot telling you that bull crap.
I mean, it is literally a Google AI bot telling me that.
20 mile an hour is
what is fast? What's the classification of a fast animal?
That's what I'm asking you. What do you think is a fast animal?
How fast do cheetahs go?
60. 60 to 65.
Okay.
So if they can run 60 and a zebra runs 50.
And they can't run that long.
Let me see cheetah. Hold on.
Well, fast. Well, yeah.
Cheetah can reach speeds between 70 and 75 miles per hour.
There you go. Now, they can't go
lasting
very
for
long.
only about 30 seconds.
Right. Yes.
And then they run out of gas.
Which is why they're
I think
always
once
sleeping.
you get in the 30-mile-an-hour range,
I think
that's
north of 50,
fast.
if you can get
because
north
the
of 50,
fastest,
you're fast.
What are the fastest sprinters? Like 23, 24, 25 miles an hour?
Well, wasn't Michael Johnson 26 miles
Something
an hour?
like that, yeah.
He broke like the neighborhood speed limit or whatever.
Because I see like the NFL, they have that data in their shoulder pads, like the fastest wide receivers are
23. They run 23.
Yeah. So if you're an animal and you're pushing 30 miles an hour, that's fast.
Like you said earlier, one of the ABS challenges of something you said is you could outrun a crocodile. We looked it up, and they run like 20-some miles an hour.
Dude, they got little tiny legs. They can't do squat.
Yeah, but they're Kyler Murray. That's how they move.
Right. Just step on the snout.
And that's what you're telling me is a zebra runs that fast.
All right, let me ask you this. Are the 20, if you're in the top 20 of African animal speeds, does that mean you're fast?
Yes.
No, because there's a whole world of animals, not just Africa.
Cheetah's one. I'm scrolling down. Hold on, let me scroll. Some sort of, horned thing that looks like a deer or a gazelle or some kind. Can't pronounce it. Springbok.
Yeah.
Sure, take it.
I assume there's a lot of deer-like creatures in Africa that do that.
Wildebeest is top 4.
Yep.
A gazelle is 5.
Yep.
We all agree, still fast.
Yeah.
Caracal looks like kind of a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yep.
Apologize for the mispronunciations.
That's okay.
The ostrich.
Yep.
Ostriches can move,
yes.
dude.
Yeah.
The Savannah hare looks like a little bunny rabbit.
The male versions of those are called Savannah bananas.
African wild dogs. The lion comes in top 10.
You see what I'm saying?
The giraffe is 11.
If you ain't top 11 in
Hyena
Africa,
12.
you ain't fast.
Jackal 13.
You're proving my point.
Leopard 14.
There you go.
Cape buffalo 15.
You're not even top 15.
Zebra 16.
Have you seen a Cape buffalo? They look fat. So yeah, not fast in the animal kingdom. Mid fast.
Guy's wife's thrilled right now. I'm gonna watch my baseball team lose again, and live from the Masters. What do you guys got on the tube today?
Got a little Bravos Angels tonight.
Okay.
I will be live there at the brand new
you'll be
Hillsborough
at
Hops
Hops,
Ballpark
Opening
opening night against the Spokane Indians.
There you go. Great to be back, man. Back together. If you missed any of the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter, at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Thanks so much for being a part of our Tuesday. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm of Harrison Meringue is next. You're listening to 1051 FM The Fan.